So what does $1 trillion look like? Well, calculations and dimensions as follows. After receiving a few emails, they suggested $1 trillion calculations may be in error. So they decided to put this page up showing the calculations step by step. Before they did, there's two things that they had to make perfectly clear. They're using $100 bills. That's number one. Not dollar bills. They're using the following definitions of million, billion, and trillion. And you can see the numbers there. Realize that some people in many different places may have been taught differently, and that there is a short scale and a long scale definitions of these numbers. But without getting into the merits, preference, or usage of one naming system over the other, let's just be clear that the above is the system that we're going to be using. More importantly, when the US government is talking about $1 trillion, that is the system that they are using. So we're going to be looking at this $1 trillion. You already have the context. But I'll give you a little bit more. What does $1 trillion look like? All right, I'm gonna get into it, but I'm gonna give it a second. Let me see. So I got my other screen up, but it's not showing me what I want to see. With that being said, let's do the calculations. We'll start with just one packet of $100 bills as it's inside of that container. This packet is a stack of $100 bills. It's about 6, inches by 2.5 inches by 0.53 inches high. So 1 by 100, 100 times $100 equals $10,000. Stacks of hundreds. They got 100 of them. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see what they're referring to. All right, so $10,000 looks pretty good on the table. We'll rearrange 10 packets on the ground like so. That's where you get 100,000. So that's pretty damn good. If we increase it to 10 layers high, we get $1 million. All right. Looks pretty good. The pile is 12 inches wide, 12.5 deep. Are you sure? That should be feet, huh? Maybe not, because it's still flat on the ground. Yeah, it's not feet yet. It's still inches. Starts getting bigger, huh? I think we should zoom in right here because it's going to be relevant. 112 of those is about that 1.12 million. So that was pretty good. Whole that number means something. I'm gonna ask you to come back and remember this crate. So once I get talking, you'll start understanding crates and pallets. So you don't have to keep asking me when I keep telling you, man, this shit's about crates and pallets. So 100 million is just one person pushing the cart, right? Can you see that? If he can push 10 carts, how long would it take for him? Probably 10 minutes. Depends on how far you got to push them to. So the next 10 pallets of 100 million are $1 billion. So this is $1 billion. All right. Try to bring it back into perspective, because I know sometimes I can talk from that 40,000 foot view, but if we really make it make sense and we can really show these images, then hopefully it starts to make sense to someone else. And then they can see what we're talking about when they keep saying the black talking point or that black first. Whenever you have a debate with them, they always bring up reparations. And so they can't really see this image. And so you just got to show them, try to let the screen show it and just let it resonate. So that's only $1 billion. And I say only because remember where we have to get to. Don't take your eye off the ball. Don't forget the numbers that I told you in the teapot debate with Mr. Fantastic. So again, this is 1 billion. For the sake of simplicity, we'll round this down and consider a pallet to be exactly $100 million. We'll just put the extra $800,000 aside and have ourselves a party. No, $800,000 is most likely consumerism immediately. That is probably immediate consumerism right back in there. And this is still just at $100 million, $100 million or 100. It's at $100 million. It's only one. Ten of those bad boys get you your bill ticket. That's $1 billion. That's Jay-Z and Beyonce right there. That's Robert Smith right there. We're trying to make this shit make sense. This one really starts to get on your nerves when you think about trains, planes, and automobiles. Next, a row of 50 stacked pallets. 50 times 2 equals 100 pallets total. So that's a good day's work right there if you load in trucks. That's a good day's work. 50 of them bad boys. How many you think you'll probably have to load an hour? Probably about 8 to 10 of them. Shit, unless you one of them super high productive brothers. That's a lot of trucks to load. That's a lot of pallets. But it's still all in a day's work. What is that? $10 billion. Now in this one, it say cut the check because that $100 that they're referring to that's stacked up in those little bundles is a lot flatter than a product that costs. Name another product that costs about $100 and then name its dimensions. How exchangeable is it? How light? How packageable is it? Is it as conveniently packed and stored as that $100 bill or that pack of $100 bills? So you got to tell them again, what is they arguing for and what is they arguing against? Take this thing all the way back for the remedials. We just talking about a pack. It's 10,000 a pack. And I don't want them to get lost on how to quantify this. And they keep talking about reparations. They talk about it in the lens that says that it's not a good and a powerful thing. Sorry, cousin, I'm live. So remember, that's one pack. is 10,000. 10 packs is $100,000. 10 of those 10 packs is $1 million. And it's only 10 of those 10 packs. That's the 10 pack. I don't know how anybody in their right mind would be arguing against this position, but they say it's just a B1 talking point or something that black folks say. Even if you've heard them say something stupid like that before, you would still have to understand if you're the one who's going to benefit, then there's no possible reason you should be arguing against your own interests, let alone the collective interests of all black folks or ADOS. That just doesn't make sense. But you say it's not a valid talking point. I think it's one of the strongest ones that you're ever going to hear. People be talking about that bullshit. All right, man, look. 10 of them 10 packs. I mean, and this is not anything out of the ordinary, man. The 10 of them 10 packs is just a good way to say going to the bank and cashing a check. You go to the bank and cash a check and get it in a little envelope today. You already know the process. First thing you got to do is get the shit approved. Why would you fight against that? If we increase it to 10 layers high, we get $1 million. 10 of those 10 packs. And it's still small, man. You're still talking about shoebox money. That shit is small. Shoe boxes. And I don't care if it comes by plane, train, or automobile. We know that it can be printed, and we know that it's just a commute away. A yes is a yes. And not only are you arguing against the own individual benefit of having 10 of those 10 packs or more, you're arguing against the entire collective, which I got to show you. That's only $1 billion. This is only $10 billion. Multiply that row by 100. This is what you're fucking arguing against. You fucking crackhead. Look at this. I don't even think I could zoom in far enough so you can see this little bitty person. And this is what the fuck you arguing against. Notice the little guy on the bottom left corner. Let me try to scroll this down slowly so these slow motherfuckers can understand. That's what you're arguing against. And you think your conversation about sexual selection is more important than this topic right now? Bro, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. You don't want Brother Moses on the panel because Brother Moses is going to use that talking point about reparations and restorative justice. Don't forget the restorative justice element. But cut the check. Why would you even argue against that as a hashtag? That was easy and simple enough for you. And I thank you if you were only arguing against it as a way to bring more attention to the media. But if you're somebody who deliberately and intentionally wants to distract us away from our political and social and economic claim and what we would like to see on the ballot, then nigga, please don't deflect from this vision. This isn't a conversation for everybody. I know the dreams are supposed to be scary as fuck till they rock you to your core. This is something worth fighting for, but yet you'd still want to have the conversation about sexual selection and sexual preference. You still need a dating coach. I talk about this shit like I'm your motherfucking spiritual guide. And I'm trying to show you the information. Therefore, you're better equipped to have this conversation in the spaces where you move. And I don't give a fuck if you're under a matriarchy or a patriarchy, gynecologist or whoever. Nigga, you got work to do. Because when we look at the real median household income by race and Hispanic origin from 1967 to 2017, it shows you that black is right there on the chart. And it's always been at the very bottom. And there's always been a claim for restorative justice on the books that have yet to be realized. And this shows $40,000. And I just showed you an image of hundreds of thousands of dollars that would put you well over the top of this. Even with your primary consumption of $800,000 that you would throw away next to immediately. I'm talking the very first year. You would throw that shit right back into the economy. Where would black fall on this household income by race if your motherfucking ass would fight for the right side? If you actually believed in capitalism or economics, you would understand that the fight for the real median household income is a very real social, economic, and political struggle or competition that we're engaged in. But we got work to do, because they would not see this dream come to fruition, this vision. This is a conversation about $1 trillion, and I gave you the information, I gave you the right articles, I gave you the right sources, I gave you the most recent motherfuckers who are fighting for this shit right now that you could name. From the New York Times to the Bloomberg, who do you need, to the government officials, to the Treasury, to the Census Bureau, to the United Nations. But the black man himself seems to not be on board, seems to be confused when it comes to this social and economic and political competition. That what is good for the African American household is good for America, individually and collectively. But you don't want to have this conversation because it'll never happen, bro. I didn't say wait for it. I said that's what I gave you, the most modern social justice warriors who are fighting for it today politically, as well as using media. And that has always been our form of competition. We've used that media and we continue to do so. And I will continue to advocate for positions that favor us, not put us at a greater disadvantage, even with the stereotypes. Let's just say that you are somewhere traveling using that passport that you paid for. So you had you a lawsuit for $150, and you had you a passport for about $150, and then you had enough for a plane ticket and a hotel room and a form of transportation and some per diem once you got there. And you were telling yourself that you earned this, and you are looking to escape from the black female fuckery to Brazil. And so you're going to go and have a good time on what? I would say that that $800,000 could benefit you, brother, who needs an escape, just as much as it could benefit me, the head of my household, the patriarch of my community. So let me show you what $1 trillion looks like in slow motion again. That's just a pack. Next, we'll arrange 10 packets on the ground like so, because 10 times $10,000 equals $100,000, and you're only going to get $10,000 per pack. All it is 100 hundreds. It's just 100 of them. Man, you can spend that shit like water. Hyperinflation. You are now in charge of the hyperinflation movement in America, a point in history when African Americans or American descendants of slavery received reparations. That would be a paradigm shift in social, economic, and political status here in America for both the separatist and the integrationist. It would be a win for American justice and democracy. And it would be a privilege to be the generation that receives that inheritance. And let's not talk about social justice through that lens of restorative justice, because that conversation scares people. Okay, so now that I've shown you what's really at stake, let's move into the second part of this conversation, which will be addressing that let's just sue. Let's just sue. We've heard that argument come from some other side. And so the thing that I want to actually Google then would be number one, what is the largest, what is it called? Civil action, class action lawsuit in American history? Because it has to be so scary that it immediately runs them off. And the first one that we see here is also deeply rooted in that same conversation or that same time frame that we would be referring to, which was the transnational slave trade. Don't get it twisted, but there were other products being sold as well, like the cultivation of tobacco. And the largest class action settlement in history is the tobacco litigation settlement. While technically not a class action, the attorney generals of 46 states had to say yes to this thing right here. And the District of Columbia filed suit against 5 cigarette makers regarding their use of marketing and advertising towards the youth. So it was about what? It was about media. It was a lawsuit against the media. And if you remember, it was probably because they were saying the targeting was through like Joe Camel or something like that, those cartoons. It paid for a lot of like education, and it paid for the upstart of a lot of lottery systems and other things like that. So that was the largest one. And I think even that one was around $200 billion, $200 billion with a B. So if that was the largest class action settlement, but it doesn't really fit the narrative of reparations, then the thing that you might be looking at is the second question, or part 3 of this conversation, the largest. And then what is it called? Reparations ever paid? Or is it the most is what you'd be looking for? And you got to bear with me. I've already done this on my own time, but I'm just sharing the information as it had hit me. Which one was it? Yeah, this was the one here from the Vox, and or if you call it the Voice, whatever it is, that I'll be sharing the audio for, reading and providing commentary. 6 times victims have received reparations, including 4 in the U.S. by Dylan Matthews, or Dylan Matt. Collaboration image there of the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, establishing reparations for victims of Japanese internment into law. Many people know about it. The reason why I picked this article is because, of course, it also highlights the same person who I was referring to, the leading charge for that social and economic and political reform here in America. So again, Ta-Nehisi Coates' long, deeply researched, and beautifully written case for reparations to African Americans for slavery and Jim Crow has ignited a long dormant conversation about what exactly the U.S. government owes to a population it abused for centuries and which still faces pervasive discrimination and economic disadvantage to this day. And thinking about how an American reparations program would be structured, it's helpful to review the unfortunately rare instances when historical injustices actually were addressed through reparations. That's a disclaimer for those other groups like the Jews or the Japanese, even some of those Indians, saying, look, we have to use you all as a sounding board or as an example. We may have to recount some of the instances. And in fact, it's important to distinguish that some of their instances also involve the same hyper-militarization, the mass murder, let me say, the almost onslaught of the men, as well as the deprivation of, the resources, the land, the resources, access to industry, so many other claims that had a grievance for them. And so the reaching across the aisle-ism, as you look inside of our most diverse U.S. government today, There is that reaching across the aisle that has to be addressed when they're inside of that room having that conversation in the hallowed halls of Congress. They are making actual appeals to other civilizations' men. And it is to be expected in social and economic competition on a political platform that they will also be trying to persuade them that a yay vote is in their constituents' best interest as well. How does their constituents stand to benefit from a yay vote? It's important to distinguish between reparations that go directly to individuals and families affected from those that go to the treasury of a victimized country. The latter has been a common practice for millennia. See, 46 million of us, 44 million of us, numbers higher, numbers lower, depending on how you evaluate it. Some may get us down all the way to 10 million when they say actual descendants of slavery. Some may say more. But you're dealing with something of a country. In this instance, we're talking about individuals and families, households. All right, I'll continue. The latter has been a common practice for millennia. Rome demanded payment from Carthage after the first two Punic Wars. The Axis powers paid reparations after the World Wars, and Iraq is still paying off its reparations to Kuwait. But that's a very different phenomena from what Ta-Nehisi Coates is proposing. While Germany paid significant reparations to the Soviet Union after the Second World War, it's unlikely any victims of Nazi war crimes during the war actually saw that money. That's interesting. The six clearest antecedent programs are those set up by Germany to compensate victims of the Holocaust, by South Africa to compensate victims of apartheid, by the US to compensate victims of Japanese internment during World War II, and by the state of North Carolina to compensate victims of its forced sterilization programs in the mid-20th century, by the federal government to compensate victims of the Tuskegee experiment, and by Florida to compensate victims of the Rosewood race riot of 1923. I told you about 1919s. And there's a premise there. There's a breadcrumb that I have to lay for you if you take those words to heart and say, well, let me actually look up what this nigga's talking about. Because hopefully then you can understand why you keep bringing up slavery, why you keep bringing up Jim Crow, because it's still connected to you today. It's connected to all of us. Just to put another pin there, that North Carolina, that Tuskegee experiment, that forced sterilization program had deep ramifications in the psyche of our people today, and even some of the health inequity that we see today, as they might want to look at it in its terms, obesity of Black women and men and others, even some obese children, or nutrition in the Black household still being an area of concern today. The Obamacare, why is all of that important? That stigma that was created with that Tuskegee experiment, that syphilis, that I ain't even going to them hospitals, I am not going to get vaccinations, that if you don't get vaccinations, then your kids can't go to our schools, that interplay, that I can't afford those vaccinations, that economic reprieve, that discount, that advance, that because I'm Black argument. There's a breadcrumb there. And I want you to be able to pick it up. So I want to show you the information, and therefore it bounces and reflects off of the psyche that says this is someone else's fight. No, it's yours. And how we use our media is just one tool, one component, one aspect, one battlefront of that social, economic, and political competition. You're showing a voice of, or a sentiment of approval, public sentiment. What does the Black community say about reparations? Should it even be on the ballot? And when they listen to the media, or they read and scribe through the conversations, when they use their Google Analytics to sweep across what is on the minds and the hearts of men, of African American men, what are they concerned about? What are their fears? It's deeply rooted in social and economic and political interests of our collective. Sometimes it gets spiritual, and I'm like a spiritual guide when it comes to this conversation about reparations. I see the bigger picture and wanted to show the bigger picture, and have done so with the information shared today. Peace, and I hope that it was helpful for some, even more helpful for others. I am going to stop sharing the screen and then move forward. Hi, man, look. They seem to think that we can only have the conversation about what was done and not that grand vision. Like, we can't see what trillions of dollars looks like in the form of an economy, as if we don't have people who are managing $100 billion portfolios for Goldman Sachs right now. That is something that I have to stop right there and validate the claim by sharing my screen again. Give me a second. I can't with these people. And the more I try to have the conversation from more of an intellectual lens, I find myself playing both sides of the argument out in my own head. I said, fuck it, let me share it. Damn, when I put in my search query, it came up with nothing but the building an exclusive workplace and workplace diversity through recruitment and all of these different things. Bro, I already get that. I get that that is an economic front that has to be fought. The word diverse talent is a deflection. I do understand that. It does open up that conversation from hiring managers to assume that people with disabilities, people with mental health issues should still get equal access to that job market, and that discrimination on those grounds is illegal, and that the government has a role in enforcing that. I get that that is a position one might take. Let me jump forward now. Not only is that a position one might take, it's also an experience that one might have that they may not individually be able to sue for, and definitely not sue and win. That race and that discrimination, race discrimination lawsuit is one of, like, what, 1% of those cases actually are even put to the courts, and that's not including all the ones that even they don't even report them. It happens, you feel it, you understand it, and you just let it go. Black folks suing, get the fuck out of here. Where? When? I can show you cases of African Americans who did file a case. Let me see. Do I want to stay on topic with race discrimination cases, or do I want to actually push the conversation forward? See, somebody, who is it? Ramil made that comment about suing, and suing has been proven to be something that on gender, you have a higher probability of winning. And that was on gender. But suing on race, let me see. That was probably not one of them. So suing on gender, we can have that conversation. We can go further. Suing on race, the probability of that being a win, even if it costs $150, see if that even happens in the hiring process. And this is where most of that discrimination occurs. Thus the reason for affirmative action, thus the whole conversation about quota systems, thus the pushback. What did they say? Only one, that's the data that I needed. Only 1% of those cases are actually in the favor of the employee. That's what it was. On or when suing on race, only 1% of those cases actually side in favor of the employee. So you're not going to sue the manager your way into a reparations claim as an individual. Yeah, there's some one-off cases where they were able to prove it, but if only 1% of those cases, the likelihood of that being an outcome, like they would say about reparations, don't wait on it. But that was an actual tiny fraction of Germany's total reparations payments, which totaled nearly $89 billion in 2012, and largely went to the individual survivors. The terms of the reparations, most of which are negotiated by the Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany, which negotiated about 70 billion of the total. You seem to understand negotiating for something. This is a shot back to Ramil. The need for negotiation, but at the same time have I'm not against reparations, but I won't be having that conversation position. Why? Why would you not be willing to have that conversation? It's a whole lot of numbers that can be shown to demonstrate reparations in America and what it actually looks like. I could share my screen again. I think that has to just be the major takeaway for this entire conversation. That has to be the entire takeaway. They can probably name about 5 times when it comes to that reparations conversation, about 5 times when a reparations claim was made. They probably tell you that the Indians received reparations, the Japanese received reparations, the Jews received the reparations, Holocaust victims, things like that. I know they can name those ones off tops. But when it comes to the African-American case for reparations, it seems to fall short on their own African-Americanness. And thus that responsibility or that duty to have a position on even that, if nothing else, we may not be able to see eye to eye on the household. My household consisting of a Black woman and my children, and then my extended family, and then my friends have access, and then those others in my community. And in fact, there are digital ways that I also introduce people to a glimpse of my household, but my household then being where I am, the patriarch. I can understand that that conversation may not fall on your head, that your median income, your median household income can benefit through fighting for your best interest. I can understand that. My bad. But even to the extent that those reparations efforts undertaken to date do not come close to equaling that. So let me say, in terms of lost income, unpaid wages, seized property, those were the actual claims. And it was because I was Black. That is not the claim, but the actual claim is for those, what they say, hashtag tangibles, lost income, unpaid wages, seized property. All of those things have impacted you intergenerationally. And that claim is what you say you have, or you say, I don't have a claim. I think you say in that event where you are the person who stands to benefit from that political agenda, you stand to benefit from the economic ramifications of that political agenda. I think you say that your claim is still in those same terms that were used by the Israeli government for their victims. I think jumping out and saying, I am not a victim, that's cool. You could say that. I can understand that. I can understand it in the context that you were not the actual victim of the slavery or the Jim Crow. But I don't understand that your blackness, or your American descendant of slavery identity means that you were not a victim of those circumstances. I don't get that one. That those circumstances and whom you descend from do not, I can show you again, do not make that number where you're sitting or where black is sitting that you are a part of in median household incomes, that wherever you sit on that line. Now, your individual household may already sit well above that line that indicates black, but black identity, that collective, it being your primary focus or your collective interests that have to be put to ballot and competed for against the interests of the other groups that you're referring to. Those other groups have their place on the line, and you situate inside of the black group. And as you situate in that black group, they are measuring median household income, and wherever you sit, you stand to benefit more, and yet argue against it by arguing against the collective interests of that entire group, that entire what is considered black. Again, that number can be taken up, it can be taken down. You want the one drop rule included, it can go higher. You want the 32nd, the octoroon, whichever ones you want to include, the mulattoes, and the motherfuckers is Pan-African, going blackness, and they going way big with the numbers, and first generation Nigerian, but I was dating a black woman, or my dad was, or some shit. Like, for real, they're going deep into inclusiveness and diversity and diverse talent, and can't get that 40,000 foot view to fall back on their household. So I had to show them individuals standing next to that 10 pack, what that 100,000 looks like, what that 10,000. Why would you argue against it even if it was $1? No, I understand why you would argue against it if it was $1. And the thing that I understand is, and I gotta share my screen on this one as I drive this point home. As I drive this point home, let me share my screen one more time. Because you know that that's your reparations claim, that the trucks and the trucks that you could have loaded for years and years, that your train actually looks like this. Not that one little pack, but that 40 acres passed forward and moved from your family line into the hands of somebody else's family line looks like this. And that's why you would argue against $1. That's why you would argue against the 1 pack. That's why you would argue against the 10 pack, or the 10 by 10 pack, the 100 by 100 pack, the 1,000 by 1,000 pack, the 10,000 by 1,000 pack. You would argue against the pack from the significant point of view that doesn't even come close. That even when I tell you the $2.1 trillion that Ta-Nehisi Coates has uncovered as a, what did they call that shit? Where's that shit? Man, look. Biggest one ever paid, somewhere between 286 to 374 million dollars. For real? Nah, it was, wait, nah, that's not it. What was that? That was just another lawsuit. You can't bring up those little stupid lawsuits. Even the Japanese internment, 120,000 people. You know our numbers are way bigger than that. You can't drop it that low. 3.1 billion. Now multiply 3.1 billion. That was just the property loss. 3.1 billion in property loss. See, that conversation hurts. It cuts. That ain't even the 40 acres per African. What did they say? It was like 4 million. 4 million that they were looking at. You know what they, even the reparations, the 40 acres and a mule itself, didn't they say that was like 400,000 as compared to this 120? Let me share my screen. I said I was going to show my screen, man. I keep trying, but it's just now. Okay, we sharing it. We sharing it. I just need you to see that. I just need you to see that vision. People is vindictive and they got emotional distress right now. Vindictive and they got emotional distress right now. Because the forced internment of 120,000 Japanese Americans in camps during World War II is probably eerily reminiscent of those African Americans who were in the South. And at that point, were they even considered African Americans? If you go back to 1862, I don't even think they had the constitutional right to that identity yet. Can I say that again? I don't think those Negroes or those coloreds even had the constitutional right to that identity yet. I think that they were still without the constitutional protection. But once they get that constitutional protection, all things are a go. 3.1 billion. That 3.1 billion for 120,000. What is our actual number? You using a very small sample size there. And in order to even get that sample size aggregate to look like our aggregate, you would have to multiply that 120,000 by a lot. Just to understand a reparations claim. Let's say you 10x that and said 1.2 million African Americans, 1.2 million African Americans. So then you would 10x this 3.1 billion, and this is just property loss. Nah, that's not how you do the numbers. That we're talking 40 acres per. 40 acres per. So what was the actual property loss or the value therein? Even if you just 10x this 3.1 billion, you still only gonna say 31 billion, 31 billion. Let's give them the little picture again. Give them the little picture again. You're not even talking about the trillion, which is that. Oh, there's the image you're talking about. That row. That's $10 billion. And you said we only gonna get 3 rows? 3 rows? See, that's when your nigga would come out. When you start seeing that reparations claim that they're referring to, or when they do their dummy math, it looks something like this. But 3 rows. 50 double stacked pallets. That is what your entire society or Black society gets when they say $30 billion. When they say $300 billion, that should perk your ears a little bit. Just a little bit. That's 1 row. But what does it look like if you had 100 of those rows? A 100 of those rows is $1 trillion. If you can't see the benefit of the pack, 1 pack is 10, 100, what is it? $100 bills or $10,000 is 1 pack. It's only 1 pack. How many packs is that? All right, let me calm down. Let me take a quick 2 minutes because while I'm doing that, I'm gonna turn on a little bit of music here, and then I'm gonna hop outside real quick, come right back. Let me do this while we are on a quick music break. I actually do want to have a conversation. I'm really a nice guy. I'm only gonna cut him once though. Once they got the information, it's theirs. Hopefully, that is a grand vision that they could actually side with, and that would be a one. There are many issues that we can debate and have the conversation around, and I think that that one deserves its fair attention. So here we go. I'm gonna cut a little bit of sound on, and I'll be right back. Oh shit, that's the other one. I I actually named the title of this on my slideshow, the one that I was actually going to be presenting. I actually named that shit Pocket Watching. Interesting, right? Well, let me see. Yeah, let's do it. So I was going to take a quick break, but let me do it this way. I got y'all. Share that. Okay, goodbye. There you go. Be right back. Hopefully that music is playing. If not, don't even worry about it. Oh no, I don't hear shit. Damn. All right, so no music break. I guess we'll have an intellectual break then. Problem analysis. Let's pick it up where I left it off at before people started losing interest in the conversation. The conversation is important and it's critical. It was on the Atlantic. Ta-Nehisi Coates, a national correspondent who writes about culture, politics, and social issues. He penned the case for reparations in 2014. So I also shared some more information about that case. That case actually had some details. Details of that case was around 6 or more different examples of reparations or large civil action or whatever you call it, class action lawsuits that were filed on behalf of either a civilization as a grievance against the government or as a grievance against the state or as a grievance against a group of people. Or that's the way it kind of seemed once you read the information that was provided, right? So that was David Mack who actually provided that context. I read through it a little bit, provided a little bit of social commentary. Why was that important? Because they took that conversation one step forward. And that was once you've identified the problem analysis, that there is property, there is other things that should have your name on it, but that are sitting in somebody else's account right now, and that you are saying, I am the rightful claimant or heir to that property right there, that Sherman Reservation has my name on it. Reservation for not just one, not just two. I don't know how many you're bringing with you, but your reservation has your name on it. And right now, it seems to be mistakenly in somebody else's name. You don't know if they stole it, they all ends that ends well, but you need them to vacate the premises, that eminent domain, the fuck off of my motherfucking land, that is your property and there is actual claim there. Where is that claim and how is your family attached to a claim? I'm glad that you asked. And what did I do to help research my own claim? Well, I'm glad that you asked. You'll have to check out my recent videos or previous videos. But that was important for you to know Racial disparity is hurting our economy today. It's not something that's dried up. It's not lost on us. It's still sitting right there in the recesses of your mind, but not right there in your bank account. So the sooner we address it, the sooner we can reap the rewards of a more equitable and vibrant economy. That wasn't even Ta-Nehisi Coates who said that. I gave you the white person who. I thought even white people would be better for you, since if Ta-Nehisi Coates tells you and gives you the information, you won't watch him. So maybe there's a white boy who's wrote about Ta-Nehisi Coates that you would probably like to read about. And if not that, then maybe you want the information for the actual economic impact statement. What does that look like? The real number, not the bullshit of a conversation. The Atlantic published a political opinion piece that cites a 2014 study by the University of Southern California. The name of the study is the Equity Report. So what are they talking about? If you didn't get it the first time, equity, homeowners equity is probably your way to sustainability over time. And yet you could only look at your parents and your grandparents and say, Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless his child that's got his own. That's got his own. The name of the study is the Equity Report. It concludes the U.S. economy would expand by 2.1, not million, not billion, but trillion in GDP if racial minorities had equal access and opportunities. And then they put that nice little caveat, nice sealed in a bow. The job market alone, you in your position in that job market are the job creator. With reparations, you're not just the consumer, although you are a consumer still. You are consuming space. You are consuming property. You are consuming deeds. You are consuming items. You're consuming inventory. You are consuming media. You're consuming data, electricity, water. You're consuming what is being produced by those farms, and yet you are also a creator in this space. You're an individual, and you're a part of this collective. I said it concludes the U.S. economy would expand by 2.1 trillion, not million, not a billion, trillion in GDP if racial minorities had equal access and opportunities in the job market. If racial minorities had equal access and opportunities in the job market. If racial minorities, see, some people can get caught up on that one part that says minorities. But B1, Brother Moses, media developer speaking on cultural politics and social issues, says don't get caught up on the fact that it says minorities. Because when you read that in black and white, that 2.1 trillion could fly right by you and you wouldn't have even seen it. All right, so I'm going to take a moment to be even more concise. B1 Network, Brother Moses, media developer speaking on culture, politics, and social issues. Take a quick look at what they're referring to. When I say this conversation is global, I say Global Private Equity Report 2019 by Bain and Company. Look it up. You might get stuck on the median household income and take it to the individual and say a black individual making $40,000 as an entire household. And you may have let that 2.1 trillion and how that divides back out into increased ability to compete. And so I zoom in and do a little research for you because I know you're not going to look it up. Global Private Equity Report in 2019, a rising deal value in 2018 capped at strongest part. It's like an 88-page report. And on this section, I have to just assume that I'm speaking with the folks who already do know what equity means and private equity, and then private equity being expanded, let's say Black private equity or ADO's private equity. How would reparations be paid? Probably through a fund, motherfucker, a trust fund or something, a compilation of REITs and shit. What do you want the conversation to devolve into? Business ownership deeds and things. What would it actually look like, man? Bruh, miss me with the bullshit or the administration of a reparations conversation. That shit would go right over your head if I don't slow it down. I just dissed you. I said it would be in REITs, nigga. It would be in a fund. It would be in a trust fund. That shit would be in a fund. It would be administered by Blacks. We already have them that are already there managing $1 billion and tens of $1 billion and hundreds of $1 billion of equity. But global equity with Black on it is a good thing. The sources that you use, you don't provide any sources. Look up Bain and Company. Don't take it from Brother Moses. It's an 88-page report. You're free to read it for yourself. That there are booms, all right? That there are booms when you're talking about $1 trillion. At the top of this chart that you see in the faint distance, you'll see $1,000 billion. It's the same image that I showed you standing next to $1 trillion. It was that many stacks, that many pallets. It was that many packs. I couldn't tell you how many packs that is. I was going to do the math, but I was like, man, I think motherfuckers that get lost, I'll just put it on the screen and let them see it for themselves. But them packs is important to niggas. From 1996, you'll see what that actual deals look like. That when you say gross domestic product and what does that actually mean? Nigga, you can't have this conversation with Brother Moses. You're not here yet. You wouldn't know where to look this information up and see. If you had a real question about the global conversation, you should have asked me about the global conversation and I'd have gave you this information. And that was a shot back towards Mr. Fantastic, that other motherfucker there, not just Ramil, who says you can sue your way forward, but doesn't understand the full ramifications of a reparations minded conversation. 1996, brothers and sisters, our economy was not nearly as productive when it came to the numbers of deals that were exchanged in these global markets. That would be one hell of a deal. And the men of the Black community would say yes, and the women of the Black community would have but little option but agree and support their men. Shit. Because you have people who would like to position a YouTube solution. And then you have people who can discuss Black private equity and its global ramifications. And you would rather ask questions to the YouTuber for what their solution is individually, rather than understanding the collective best interest that is Black private equity. It's a straw man argument type of day for Brother Moses. I'm just not there with the deflections. I'm not there yet. Demonstrating Black society from a 40,000 foot view. One might say, why is that important? 40,000 foot view, I keep giving it to you because those packs can also stack up. And the distribution would be the real question. How do you distribute reparations to American descendants of slaves? And if you ask me a question about distribution, remember that that is a different question than who receives a reparation. Who receives a reparation is a different connotation. Now you're talking the one drop rule and all of that shit. And how do you break that down, or how do you build that up? Whichever side you want to be on. But it's a different question than logistics. Because I talk planes, trains, and automobiles. You have to be able to see the world from this. How do you distribute it? I say electronic transfer of funds, you stupid motherfucker. I say it's via the internet, via banks. I say it's through those same Wells Fargo cable wires, and it's distributed via satellite phone if you need to. But it is distributed. And because people say you dance, it is distributed to Black society. Bitch, you know who we are. So I say, help us with that conversation that says progress over time. It's a conversation or a debate about gradualism. It is one that speaks to the conscience of one who is at a more pressing or urgent decision. Not as urgent as a threat of violence, perhaps, but one that is urgent as starvation or deprivation. And what do you do about neglect? The free rider question: what do you do about those who are free riding off of the government? It's about as urgent as that. Gradualism, progress over time, like the welfare to work policy that was enacted in places like California. Let me caveat right there and say, as California, so does the rest of the nations or those states. That gold rush was imperative. And we didn't really even move off of that gold standard until what year, smart motherfuckers? What year did they try to operate side by side the Federal Reserve note and the gold standard? And then when did the Federal Reserve System finally kick its monetization policy into high gear? And to whom benefited that? Whom were the beneficiaries, or the greatest beneficiaries of that Federal Reserve Treasury note? Who received it? I don't even know how I want to say it. Nigga, who got the money? Who got the check? Was it you or was it not you? Gradualism says, well, it wasn't me that time. And that report that I showed you like 6 different times where you could look at in history and say, damn, they got there, and well, it wasn't us that time, but yeah, that they got that. And then you see the groups kind of back off, and then you see another sprint politically, socially, economically, or whatever you want to see in construction or in the form of an industry, or a sprint like the gold rush. And you see motherfuckers moving in a given direction, like the Great Migration from the South. But the numbers used to be around 95% of Blacks or American descendants of slaves were in the South. And then something happened where 1 million left and 1 million left. And then finally it was a bigger sprint. And I think we're at around 58% now, still in that same South. It's funny to some, because you could look at the information that's available and say, and even their political monopoly, or the power on politics, the monopoly on political power, still exists and is ever present throughout and replete through the systems of the South, that at best you can get Black superintendents. and government workers. And key economic decision makers, but key in a form of influence rather than who actually got the money. So you can work at a bank, but at what point do you become the person who has the majority stake on the line? Because other groups have been able to sprint and sprint and sprint, and then you say, well, they got that. All right, next bout. 1965, they start sprint, and then, damn it, a lot of that went to the white woman. How the fuck does she be? I didn't even see that bitch was running next to. Damn it, you do remember them times where they were marching right there next to you, and they joined the movement, and people were just looking at them, smiling, and saying, "Hey, thanks for coming. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for lending your support." Well, they blew the horn in solidarity rather than saying, run them over, like we've witnessed most recently. And so what do we have here? We have a struggle for powernomics that Dr. Claude Anderson prophetically warned you niggas about, and or didn't just warn you, he advised you that this is where we at. And the problem is that's a heavy context. That is a heavy text to process. I don't think you would be the same if you read Powernomics. If you were able to read Powernomics from front to back by Claude Anderson, Dr. Claude Anderson, if you are able to read that information and process it from front to back, I don't think you would be the same. I think that would be the new biblioteca that you would understand and come to carry with you as you go to and fro. There's another book that I've read, which is All You Need to Know About the Music Business. Then I would also say, if you read that and you're able to process that information from front to back, from cover to cover, from forward to the sources, if you're able to do so, you're probably not going to be the same after having that information downloaded into your mechanism, your being, your body. There's a few more that I would drop right there. Eddie S. Claude Jr., Democracy in Black, How Race Still Enslaves the American Soul. Now that one, it'll help you get a firmer understanding of that talking point about reparations. And why do these B1s keep talking about reparations? Reading that from cover to cover may not even be necessary for you. I think you might get that argument is very valid. You just might not be impressionable, and in that regard, you might not be there yet. It just hasn't personalized. That's the one. It's not something that resonated within your soul to say, yeah, that's me. I get it. It does enslave us a bit, because now we are more likely to be indentured servants than free men in economics. That we are more likely to see the black man or woman, even the educated black woman, indebted almost to her life's end without moving into a position of freedom from that economic position. You could most likely see that when you look at that $40,000 per household and understand just what $40,000 for a household actually buys. And so you would say, damn, they are almost enslaved in this capitalist system in 2020, that their debt is greater than their income. That at every year they pay more in interest than they actually receive. Get this shit while it's hot in revenue. That their income, that one stream of income, is most likely to work for someone else forever. And that is their real position here in America, that they are at a very disadvantaged position. And that must suck, nigga. So you could look at Democracy in Black. You could just look at the cover and see that the part of that title is how race still enslaves the American soul. And that probably wouldn't resonate with you. I am not a slave. I am not a victim. That has nothing to do with my mentality. I am a go-getter, a winner, and you can take on one of them voices if you want to, nigga. Or I can give you another recommendation. Yeah, somebody that's real smooth in the chat probably got that. Or I can kill you, or I can make another recommendation. Blueprint for Black Power, a moral, political, and economic imperative for the 21st century by Dr. Amos Wilson is one that if you read that motherfucking book with the red, black, and green from cover to cover, as well as those pages that give you the information in black and white, you wouldn't be the same. You wouldn't talk like this, bro. You wouldn't have this purpose-driven life. Like, you would be afraid because the vision or the grand vision is so big, you would then have to ask your question, then who are we actually up against? Not just the what. We told you the what, nigga. You know what you up against. But you would take the next step in precautionary measures to protect yourself and your identity in all spaces. You would. You would be a little bit more reserves. I can only give you breadcrumbs. We'll drop those motherfuckers on the ground and I'll say them about 7 times in different voices, from high to angry to calm to mellow. But you will get this work, nigga. We got work to do. Unemployment was a challenge for us, right? So not only did you not have the wealth of your forefathers in packs, you were removed from the parts of society where even a consistent salary was something you could be relied on to produce. That as a human, that would be a gradual vision over time when hue or melanated men had equal access to a paycheck, nigga. And so I'll give you millennial hieroglyphics. I'll say this shit in emojis for these slow ass brothers of mine. I think, therefore I am the man of household, and progress over time has to lead to more creative thoughts, partnerships, collaborations, and barcodes. That all black hands in, you can take a deeper look at those black hands as deep as you want to, and you're going to find that some of those black hands are attached to the That damn body of a woman. And that attached to that hand is the hand of the government. And that the questions that you have should be about getting more money over time. And if you can think bigger, you're talking about blackness from a form of capital, equity, and its competitiveness as it grows. End of that storyline, cut the check. Now there's a line where if you look from this emoji from the top and you see the gears that are spinning in its head, he is over the household. And a strong determinant of him being over the household would be that wallet that you see underneath him. Now take the hieroglyphics to the right from that wallet and you will see that over time. So the man is the head of household based on his wallet over time. His wallet over time being the thing that allows for greater capitalism or consumption, barcodes, cash registers from coins or the gold dollar, the gold standard as copper, whatever it is, as I so pointed out. Then that dollar or that Federal Reserve note, then to the form of credit, which is what we have today. You'll see a nice little chart there. That chart is just indicative of how do we find out who's actual ADOS. And so it looks like DNA or something like that, which allows you to zoom in a little bit closer as you see that smaller hieroglyphic to an individual household where they would be cutting the check. Hopefully they were able to follow that one using nice little pictures. Or let's go to the top and let's see if you can keep up individually. That man with the gears turning from the very top left picture, he is over the household. And then let's take the middle route this time. But we're going to get to the same destination. And hopefully, my young brothers, you get there with us. That man of the household, or that black man, that black icon with the gears turning in his own head, is the head of the household, and you see the sands of time he has been the head of the household. So you move the sands of time forward because I know you don't want to discuss 1862 or any of the core conditions that happened today. So let's skip past it and do what they always like to do and say, Brother Moses, well, what is the solution for the collective? And you see that with an icon of a big idea above black icons all grouped together, their hands shaking because they agree that this conversation is about the collective. And they move that down the middle. You see that big I, which means what are they looking at? They are looking to, now you see the people there and you see a backwards question mark. They aren't looking to ask a question. They are waiting for what your question would be when it comes to the next icon. See, they're looking at a screen or they're looking at it from the position or from the perspective of, nigga, don't you have any questions? And if your question is, well, why haven't Black folks produced those communities to the number of their own people being accounted for? Now, some in corporate America would argue that we have. Some who are not in corporate America would argue that we have not. Some in corporate America would be a little bit more direct with you. Some would just talk around it. You have that token Negro debate on another channel. For me, while I even know my conversations have to be to the point of being able to educate a token Negro in corporate America, don't get lost. I'm still on the next icon. They say the conversation needs to be about private, which is those private owned businesses versus the state? Is it a decision for the state? Is it a decision for private individuals? Is it a class action lawsuit, or is it an individual discrimination claim? Whether that's based on racism, gender, or what have you. Sex is what they used in the research I provided a little bit earlier. What are you filing for? You're filing for something that was your individual experience when you were attempting to operate within those spaces, or you're filing from one that says data will show that all corporations in America have benefited from discrimination, which is a violation of our constitutional rights. And let me show you how. And not just how, let me show you where. And not just where, let me show you when. And not just when. I can give you a couple of reasons why, but race is just one of them. That's a big one. But it's just one. So you move from the individual corporate to the group of corporate, or corporate over history, or corporate over time, and you end up having a conversation about what? Still at the very end, a check. So let's go. Analysis, Dr. Claude Anderson. The problem, the plight of Black people was caused by systemic economic disenfranchisement. By systematic economic disenfranchisement. Whites perpetrated the disenfranchisement, but all races had a hand in it. The government is currently on a path to have Black people locked and boxed as a permanent, obsolete worker class. The government is now moving power into the hands of companies through privatization. The redistribution of authority to the private sector will remove the federal government as an institution strong enough for Black people to appeal to receive rights. His research showed that Blacks had to build a vertically integrated economy. Or there would never be enough capital in the Black community for us to be competitive. Now, that's a source I would have used against Brother Moses. I'm glad I found it. That's a source that I would have used against Brother Moses. Unfortunately, the conversation would have required a hell of a lot more thinking than my opponent was able to demonstrate. The economic disenfranchisement began in the 1600s. Maryland was the first state to make a Black exclusion edict in 1665. The Black exclusion edict codified the treatment of Blacks as second-class citizens and made it illegal for Blacks to participate in the economy. Slave codes of 1705 further codified the system. The slave codes made aiding Black people in any way punishable by death. The final nail in the coffin was meritorious manumission. Meritorious manumission formalized the system to reward Blacks for subverting slave rebellion and organization. Native Americans were instrumental in the institution of slavery. After the French-Indian War, the Treaty of 1750 allowed Indians to own slaves. After this, Indians became leaders in capturing fugitive slaves. The 5 civilized tribes were prolific slaveholders and some of the fiercest Confederate soldiers in the Civil War. Also, Indians were the only group of people to have slaves after the Civil War. A second treaty was signed to follow, or to allow for the freeing of the slaves and their inclusion in reparations. Wait, what was that? Run it back. The Civil War was fought to extract wealth from the South and put it in the North. Slavery was not the primary issue in the Civil War. Sorry, my bad. The Civil War was fought to extract wealth from the South and put it in the North. That's a hell of a statement when you know that the population of the South, upwards of 95%, and you also know that that number of upwards of 95% carried all the way into the 1900s. To your great-grandmama. To your great-grandmother. So if you want a box, if you want some limiters around, well, who is ADOS or what is B1? What is black? Who is black? Start there. And you can work your way back if you choose, or you can continue to be like Brother Moses and work our way forward. He said slavery was not the primary issue in the Civil War. Lincoln did not even make slavery an issue until 2 years into the war. Again, 1862 is where I start. 1864 is where you start getting some of those bills or some of that language. 1862, because that was the administration of the Homestead Act, which was the allotment of that land, that property, that white equity. And the black equity is what you are arguing for. What are you arguing for? If you're B1 or ADOS, you are arguing for that right or that claim to that black equity, that land. Even if you can only see it from the lens of the Sherman Reservation, 40 acres and a mule, that is where you start to agree, but you don't stop there. You continue to read. The strategy was to cause confusion in the South and attack the labor pool. Who was the labor pool in the South? Okay. The Emancipation Proclamation didn't free anyone. It only applied to places that had already seceded from the Union and left enslaved people in the Union under bondage. If you ever hear me say, fuck Abraham Lincoln, that's what I'm talking about right there. After the Civil War, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery. So you didn't get it until after the Civil War and then the 13th Amendment. So at that point, excuse me, you are still not talking about an American descendant of slave. So I gave you the timeline when I said the 1862, 1865. You're only still considering 2 to 6 years of actual legitimate grievances from the slavery period. Think bigger. You're only still talking about the land from the 40 acres, not even the revenue to be extracted from that ever since. That you could take a drive and look at the Sherman Reservation land today, and you would nod your head in agreement. If Brother Moses from the B1 network put it on a map, zoomed it in on Google so you could see the land, and then zoomed it all the way in to where you can see how it divides out to individual plots, you still couldn't see yourself in an owner's position. That sounds like somebody who's experienced too much trauma to have a conversation with me. Maybe they got too deep of mommy issues that they can't see this resolution. They can't stand next. They can't astral project themselves into Fort Knox and look at crates and crates and stacks and stacks and slabs of 1849 gold rush gold bars. Read, after the Civil War, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery unless it preceded by a criminal conviction, unless it was preceded by a criminal conviction, unless it was preceded by a criminal conviction. Mass incarceration today is a reflection of that same era. The South set out to reestablish a system of forced labor. Nigga, you gotta go to work. This capitalist system had to prop itself up on black labor. And it oftentimes had to force a nigga to participate because a nigga did not want to be involved in they bullshit. Nigga didn't even want to do no tobacco. Tobacco that shit, nigga, fucking tobacco. Would rather own the shit than have to work it that someone else would sell it. And even today, still no claim to the tobacco that says black folks. Nah, just the tobacco industry and then everyone. Oh, but it benefited some black schools. And the lottery, a lot of black people play the lottery today. And that helps benefit the black schools because of the tobacco settlement. And they were using their media and Joe Camel and cartoon images like Dragon Ball Z. White people created farmer alliances. Why did they need a farmer alliance? Why did they need a farmer alliance? Why did they need a farmer alliance? Because that was a lot of motherfucking land that vertically integrated the supply chain of tobacco and cotton. The farmer alliance was a co-op. A co-op. Why does Brother Moses talk about marijuana? The farmer alliance was a co-op. Maybe I talk too fast or they be listening too slow, of white farmers that controlled access to a distributor like that damn motherfucking Pookie and Ray Ray. Where that motherfucker go when you can finally get your packs off? And a factory. What would you buy with, or what would you put on your 40 acres? Your 40 acres all consolidated at the end of the day. Does that look like a single factory for you? Or does that look like a hell of a lot more? Does it look like one pack of 10,000? Does it look like a crate? Does it look like a crate and a barrel? Does it look like numerous crates? What does that look like to you? If it only looks like a box of Jordans and a Cadillac, then that's what it looks like to you. But from the grandiose vision of the collective, we see trillions, not millions, not billions, but trillions is the actual worth of that reparations and restorative justice claim. Black farmers were not allowed to join, and they had no place to sell their crop. The South then passed a law that said a black man must have a steady stream of employment. Why is that important? Because, hey, if your black people are not the owners of the market and are not the job providers, the sustainer of your household in the form of income, then you'll have black men who are disenfranchised. They will have idle hands. If you must wait for private to provide for you an opportunity to the extent that you require access be afforded by government edict, then black men, you're disenfranchised. That hustle man. Now that nigga's mentality, that there was something unlocked in the hustle man's mind. It probably started when they were young. It probably started by seeing some niggas with something flashy, some flashy object. Maybe it was a bad, maybe it was a bad bitch that distracted that young, it did something to that young man's mind, and he was converted. He was never the same once he started to understand power and economics, and he could put it together and see the benefit of power, economics, of being his own politician, of saying, I am my own sovereign, my own law. I am the law. I am the patriarch. I am. And as I am, I must do. And so there was not a private owned farm that nigga could work at. Negro, sorry, we're back in time. And if that man could not rely on a private owned farm to work at, not to mention he didn't want to work for the white man, so he's definitely not finding any job opportunities. He couldn't find a black farmer to save his life. And then what does the South do? Since you niggas aren't the black farm owners, and we don't want you working for us with that 13th Amendment intact, or with that government telling us that we have to pay you, then here's what we'll do. The South then passed a law that said a black man must have a steady stream of employment. Since a black man could not start his farm, he had to work on a white man's farm. They made work on the farm contingent on signing a year-long contract. If a black person had not signed a contract with a white farmer, he would be in violation of idle worker laws. The lack of a work contract would land him a conviction and forced labor on a Southern chain gang, which was then shopped out to the state. And the state, acting on behalf of the men of that state who make up the majority, that majority being those same white farmers. Blacks that moved to the North did not fare any better. The government increased quotas, allowing immigrants in from Southern and Eastern Europe to reduce the relative number of Black people in the North. Unions were formed to exclude Black people, and laws were passed to force companies to hire from those unions. That's into your 20s, my dear brother. That's Big Mama, your great grandmama. Oh, I'm sorry. You thought it was a gynocracy, so I thought I would give you your maternal or your mitochondrial DNA. That's your great great granddaddy. For some of us, that's the great granddad. For others, that is just pawpaw. Where there were laws in the books that said you have to work, and even though you would rather sit outside your porch, have a smoke and a cigarette and a game of dominoes with the other Black men of your community, you have to go to work, little nigga. And if you don't go to work, nigga, we will send them people on you. Blacks was like, well, if I gotta go to work, then why can't I work for a nigga then? And what we needed was niggas with the ability to create jobs to hire them niggas. Blacks were then relegated to the ghettos because that was the only place in town Black people could afford to live. And we know that that moves all the way through the 1960s. In an economic sphere, the civil rights movement resulted in affirmative action. Dr. Anderson wrote many of the original affirmative action laws. Oh, did I just tell him who Dr. Claude Anderson was? In the economic sphere, the civil rights movement resulted in affirmative action. Dr. Anderson wrote many of the original affirmative action laws. Oh, did I just tell him who Dr. Claude Anderson? I'll do it one more time. In the economic sphere, the civil rights movement resulted in affirmative action. Dr. Anderson wrote many of the original affirmative action laws. So why do you have to understand Powernomics, or why does reading Powernomics from front to back, why are you not the same? Because you understand that this information is actually coming from the person who wrote those same affirmative action laws. Source. And he is still alive today, and in fact would probably have an interview with you if you wasn't such an idiot. And will probably even embrace some of the pushback that the B1 network would naturally offer. But before we get to the pushback, you first have to understand who it is we're even talking about. Since inception, Affirmative action has grown to include more people. Currently, white women get 70% of the affirmative action jobs. That's who pointed that out for you. Said my affirmative action has been hijacked by white women. It is no longer a thing. When you try to use a policy, or when I attempted to use political processes to afford a greater opportunity for Black society and the members thereof to increase their median household income and increase access to that wealth, that future, that past. Uh, that's him. So when it was 70% of the affirmative action jobs, or white women are the biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action. When you use that, say according to data, or as you want to call it, according to, you could use him. He's a strong reference. They know who that nigga is. Dr. Claude Anderson. They know who he is because he was a part of the Carter administration. He's about the same age as Big Bush, if you want to say it like that. He's about the same age as Big Bush, who, then when it came to politics, I think it was after the Carter administration, maybe before. Big Bush was part of the selective service or the Secret Service or the VP or something like that. He was up there in politics. They're about that same age as they've grown to put their society's competing interests in a political space, one that is even backed by military might and general sentiment of the public. Who was the nigga that was fighting for you and on your behalf? And what do you have to say about what they've provided in context of Black power and economics? Pro-Black pioneers. What do you have to say about them? That Claude Anderson gave you the information you need when it comes to, well, we've used the political process before successfully. And over time, we've seen the benefits of that decay or to be extended towards other groups. And it is time for a refresh of that ideology, and at least, at the very minimum, our media to have deeper and richer conversations about our Black society. Said Black receive around 1% of the benefit from affirmative action. Whew! Dr. Anderson hopes the speedy end of affirmative action. The influx of immigrants has also caused the relative pay between whites and Blacks to stay at around 54%. Older data, but keep it rocking. Jobs can be given to immigrants to fill affirmative action quotas, and the disenfranchisement of Blacks will continue. So what have pro-Blacks contributed? First of all, you're talking about affirmative action, and you're throwing it right back in the face of that same doctor who is still fighting on behalf of you today. And even to the extent of using social media or online communities and online spaces to push that narrative forward and say, my young brothers, he's 75 years old and he's about to go. And he's giving you a breath of his legacy. His books are probably on, you can get all 5 of his books. This Powernomics is the one that resonates the most with me. It is the one that I say, if you read it from cover to cover, it would change your life. But this same Dr. Anderson, the one who wrote many of the original affirmative action laws as a part of the Carter administration, his information is available for you. You can use that. Even today, I'll tell you this. When I asked the brother about his views on immigrants or immigration, and even in the workforce, that was a respect to the brother. I got to say, being in the Navy, it probably doesn't afford a lot of that access. Like the Navy probably has some restrictions around immigrants, and so that doesn't really impact them. So that was my miss. Just like the allowing of affirmative action, of what Blacks actually benefit from affirmative action today, to allow that number to fall to only 1%, that is Black. That is on Black men. That is still on us. And I'm not so restricted just to say Black men. I would say that also falls on the Black woman and the Black household in general, because our children are still a part of that household. And thus, if they have any, it was easy, right? if you were in a labor market and education all the way up through the 80s was not the pathway forward for you and yours. So 54, Brown versus Board, comes in. But even from 54 to 80, the impact of that go to school and get out of the workforce being in the 1920s for black children or for white children. Black children didn't have that benefit because remember, in the 1920s, we are 95% in the South, and even our fathers are being sued by the state or being sued by the private people through the medium of the state, which is the state courts, to get black men to work for them for next to free, and then all the way back to when it was the absolutely free, which is shit. Did they ever stop? I give you a great deal of respect when I ask you, then, what are your views on immigration? That is a hell of a respectful question to ask somebody. That is a level of intellect, not something to be dismissed as, no, that's what pro-blacks use when they're trying to make a straw man argument. No, that is a very respectful question that I might ask. Just like woman to woman, their conversations, they might talk about, well, what do you feel about Roe versus Wade? And that is a hell of a question to ask a woman. It challenged the psyche of someone. It challenges a lot when you say, what is your views on immigration? That is a hell of a question, because if you don't have a view on immigration, then there is probably no reason for me to give you information about the black migration over time. It's probably not worth having a conversation about how the migration between classes, lower class to middle class, or middle class to upper class, is disenfranchisement, or is a story of disenfranchisement when it comes to these niggas. That there ain't none. That the migration of wealth just did not happen in mass. And why didn't it happen? Nigga, well, it didn't happen for me anyway. It happened for some. And it can probably be traced to their grandparents' parents. That's it. And yet, I give you the numbers, give you the information of that one individual standing next to what $10 million looks like. $1 million. What does $1 million look like? And I give that to you as a sign of respect, because I still respect Sidney Poitier's The Measure of a Man. And you can measure a man by their intellect or by how they treat others. And I treat you with respect when I ask you about not just immigration, but then I even preference it from a very nigga type conversation, your view of class dynamics. Middle class versus lower class, or lower class versus middle class or upper class. The talented 10th argument. What do you feel about the talented 10th? It was a backhand gesture, because even when I do it, I ask it from the lens of, what do you feel about the talented 10th of those immigrant groups? When I say that, I'm being facetious, because I think I'm talking to someone who always wants to talk about those other groups. So since they always want to talk about the other groups, ask them a question about the other groups. The talented 10th of other groups. I premise it in jobs. I'll premise it in the actual data around who's getting those H-1B visas, how many numbers of H-1B visas are given, what is an H-1B visa, and how does that impact the collective household income? Where do those H-1B visa jobs sit? And it's 850,000 of them. So where is that 850,000 protect your group's private interest coming to this conversation? I'm glad you asked. It fits in right there neatly. Affirmative action, because those other groups taking an affirmative action that secures 850,000 jobs, where I show you that 70% of those jobs are going to India. And we can't move that to say, damn, 70% of 850,000 jobs going to India. And what was the salary on them again? Oh shit, like Didn't Brother Moses show them? Hundreds of thousands, 80s of thousands. And you telling me that that's over 600,000 jobs? And our affirmative action plan was hijacked with the influx of immigrants to fill those African American quotas at the same private companies that enslaved the niggas' labor? Yeah. It was a sign of respect. Continued immigration from Latin America and Asia deludes the voting power of Black people. Now, that's the counter argument. That's what has to be said when they say Asians are beating our ass and from Latin America. And what about all those other countries, Argentina and all of that shit? Yeah. It does dilute that voting power of your population that is still participating in the voting. Blacks are beginning to move out of predominantly Black neighborhoods. The exodus of Blacks from predominantly Black neighborhoods reduces the number of places with a majority Black population, and it dilutes the power of Black people in local elections. Black people are no longer a political force. That is the counter argument to a Brother Moses. It's kind of both. It's like a backhanded slap at both Brother Moses and a Fantastic. It's on one hand, it's one confirming what Brother Moses says about Latin America and Asian and immigration and the talented tenth and the big jobs that are $100,000 jobs when you see the median income, and there are skilled Blacks in STEM and all of those, and they're being locked out of those job opportunities by those private businesses, and they aren't able to sue for race-based discrimination, or less than 1% of those claims actually even go to the employee anyway. But even to be that employee, you would have had to have gotten the job in the first place, and if you had the job, now you're talking about that income or that salary inequality, and you're trying to prove it on the basis of economics, which is going to be easier to win than it would be on race. And these dudes have equivocated from saying it's about race as long as it allows them to move out of that predominantly Black neighborhood. Blacks aren't negotiating for their salaries. Blacks aren't negotiating. They aren't suing, is what they want to say. You're not suing. Brother Moses says, shit, I can show you spaces where we've sued and where it just don't work, bro. Where you might think it's $150 to sue, and you would be absolutely out of your batshit ass mind. You can file a claim. You can file a claim, an individual, and that individual claim will never be as big as the picture I've shown you when it comes to reparations. I don't give a fuck. And I've shown you the data. I've shown you the political, social, political, economic people who are having that conversation. I've shown you what it looks like in the form of an image of a man standing next to stacks and stacks of $100 bills. It's going to be up to the listener to determine who actually won that debate. Brother Moses can't speak on it too much. All I can say is the information is there. Which talking point do you tend to agree with? The exodus of Blacks reduces the number of places with a majority Black population, which then does what? It dilutes the power of Black people in local elections. Black people are no longer a political force. That's how you rebut Black people have political power. It doesn't rebut competition, because yeah, those people who are there and they don't even have the power to get a motherfucking Black superintendent elected. They can't get a sheriff. They can't get a council member in that motherfucker no more. The only way they get a council member is if that council member is preaching diversity and inclusion. That is the only way they can only get a token Black Negro. Property values. Is the state of Black America improving? The percent of national wealth owned by Black people in 1860 was 0.5%. In 1960, the number went up to what? 1.5%. Currently, we still have less than 2% of national wealth. The argument that Brother Moses positioned to you, the one that used very credible sources, looks at race and economics from the lens of race-based legislation. It has global ramifications, and it hits a nigga whether they're an individual or a part of the collective. He says we are not doing any better as a group. So while Brother Moses can talk about 1860, Dr. Clyde Anderson can rebut that by saying from 1860 to 1960, 100 years, the growth was 1% in national wealth. That 1% growth was at an ever-present competition with other group of men, plural, but other group specifically. One that we know of. The lack of wealth in the Black community is not the result of any inferiority on part of Black people. So, of course, you got to lead with that. That's what Brother Moses feels. In 1860, 98% of the Black population was illiterate. By 1900, only 40% were even literate. So now let's get to our grandmothers and grandfathers. The rapid growth of literacy in the Black community is one of the greatest achievements in education history. So I have the conversation about education, and that it took until 1981 just to get the overwhelming majority to graduate with even a GED and a diploma. And the nigga says, well, how many got a GED? Gradual progress over time. At this moment, Black women are the most educated demographic in America. On the other side, they'll give you that conversation that says, and thus they have the most student loan debt, or that they have made themselves indentured servants to debt for an elongated period of time. It used to be indentured servitude, or even biblical, was 7-year contracts. But these Black women, who are the most educated demographic in America, will require more than 7 years to repay those loans, because as the data suggests, these Black women, even when they have an education, are making less than 75 cents on a dollar in the American workforce. Now that is the rigging of capitalism, and that is your feminist argument kicked into gear in the 1960s. It's also rebuttal. However, this does not translate into wealth. No, this is just the access to employment. And employment being, I want to work for Black people who own shit, not white people. The longer I have to work for white people who own shit, the longer it will be until Black people can move that number from 1.5% to 40%. Oh, that's a lofty goal. The brother said 40%. Why would he say 40%? I got to give you 40% as a goal, because the 40% increase is still only talking about trillions in GDP. It's still only talking about trillions. It's still only talking about one Apple, one Amazon, one private business. You're still only talking about one Mark Zuckerberg, not even about an entire people. You're still just talking about getting to the point of equity and opportunity. If a Mexican wants to work for a Mexican, they can find a Mexican to work for more readily than if an Asian wanted to work. And all of us can more readily find some white owner that we can work for. And in many cases, we can get very granular and say, well, what about a manager? You can find a black manager to work for. But I'm thinking bigger than that. And I think the conversation has to be bigger than that when you're using Dr. Claude Anderson talking points. You have to have respect. What is the solution? Without further ado, Dr. Anderson has a two-part solution. First is to infuse Black America with wealth through reparations. Drops the motherfucking mic when it says infuse Black America with wealth through reparations. I can show you the carts and I can say, well, that is one pallet. And that pallet, then how many of these pallets would you be able to distribute, let's say, in every 10 minutes? Distribution. See, you want the census check to be somebody walking around with a clipboard saying, are you the head of household? How much income do you make? What race or ethnicity do you identify as? That's what you want the census check to be. You want it to be where the government goes door to door or provides those jobs. Those are some pretty good jobs. I've even seen some states that get up to $18 per hour. $18 per hour would get you over that $30,000 mark of a median income. I can tell you what exactly it would produce, but I don't want to get distracted. But that $18 an hour job looks pretty damn good to some Black households. To me, I would say, yeah, you could probably distribute that same census to Mark Zuckerberg and he can have that shit filled out for you in less than a week and a half. Yeah. I say think that fast. That your census check in that regard is not one where you and yours, your people, your political best interests are represented in the form of pallets of access to opportunity. That your opportunity is the one that you are voting against if you don't think that this is the number one resolution and therefore the only thing you should really be concerned with. Not concerned with who a motherfucker marries or where they're going with their passport. Not concerned with what a nigga would do after he gets it. I'm just not that concerned with that bullshit. It's minutia. There's a bigger course of action here to discuss. That infuse Black America is where they would have left the conversation a long time ago. They couldn't listen this long. Infuse Black America with wealth. That is the number one topic of discussion. Who is Black America? I shouldn't have to tell you. You can expand it out. You can restrict it however you think it can be done. You can say the one drop rule and go all the way into millions upon millions upon millions. You can suppress it down to American descendants of slaves somehow and then say, now we're going to be talking with DNA and lineage or genealogy, and you can suppress those numbers somehow and by some means you can get it, or you can say today there are 40 million. You can use the existing number of people who would check that box on a census check. Just a checkup from your government, seeing how we're doing in our households, and they're able to quantify Black households and such. That's 2020. 2020 is also a political year where you'll have men of different ethnic or racial groups competing for a political agenda. They'll be competing not just for a political agenda. That's just one aspect of it. But I give you social, economic, as well as the political. But they'll be competing. This is 2020. And they will be competing all 2020. And as they're going to be competing all 2020, there'll be some ups, there'll be some downs, there'll be some consensus, and there will be some conflict areas. The second is to create Black businesses in a vertically integrated supply structure. So when I say it stacks up, those stacks on stacks on stacks, racks on racks on racks, packs on packs on packs, they stack all the way up. Black business people were the only ones that endured slavery, Black people having exclusive claim to reparations from the federal government. The first order of business is to secure reparation promised in Indian treaties. Treaties trump even federal law. And most of the treaties explicitly state a portion of the reparations are due to Black people that descend from the tribe's slaves. If those court cases are victorious, a precedent can be set to demand reparations from America as a whole. Here's one thing that I want to call out. Choctaw, the tribes of Oklahoma, or the civilized tribes. Imagine this, if you will, that there was a slavery and an institution of slavery existing in where the Blacks, or your great 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 grand and my great 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 grand, or our great 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 grandparents operated, which was under the authority and the governing rule of white folks. I don't know how to say it any more concise. And then Choctaw tribes then come and grab a woman that you descend from, purchase, grab, kidnap, marry, impregnate, whatever it is, take her from that white man. And they go west. And it starts to happen in so many cases to where they can't tell the difference between a 5 civilized tribesman or a nigger, to the point where they don't even know what to call them anymore. And where that servitude under them, the whites, they have to back with a government enforcement. They need laws and they need policies. They need something. They need the government to act in the interests of their people against this other sovereign group of men that will quote unquote hashtag call the Indians. If those court cases are victorious, a precedent can be set to demand reparations from America as a whole. The reparations will not be given to Black people individually. A national Black bank will be established to provide business grants and educational grants, number 1, and number 2. It comes in the form of REITs, loans, inheritance, whatever it might be. Cut a check. And yes, the numbers are too big for individuals. Businesses would have to have claim. And educational grants, as we see here today, student loan debt or student loan forgiveness or forbearance. Oh yeah, it ain't going nowhere. It's going to be there. Black people will wholly own the businesses or schools. That's huge. Reparations will allow our historically Black colleges and universities to be independent and not subsidized by the government or white institutions. That's the last one, since the brother said, well, HBCUs are funded by your president, our president. He just cut them a check because some of them were on the verge of failure. So that's the rest of that debate. Just to make it plain, there was a sign of respect that had to be extended. Cover it, make sure we provide that information back to the hieroglyphics. So as a man think, therefore let it be. Those ideas can manifest over time. Over time, collaborations and partnerships will analyze that same very idea. Many hands in the pot. Hopefully those hands are Black. As you zoom in and take a hard look at it, you will see that some of those hands have a firm partnership with whiteness. Why then? You ask that question because as you look to the right, you're thinking about progress over time in the terms of American dollars. And if it's in terms of American dollars, then you're going to have to navigate between private ownership and government intervention. That is something that has been a statement or a hallmark of since the industrial movement. And our industrial movement is the thing that you're talking about when it comes to jobs, unionizations, and any of that pro-black rhetoric. At the end of the day, that black man is still thinking about his individual check, whether it's in the form of an income, salary, wages, if it's employment, if it's land, it's a rent, so forth. I'll run that again all the way from the left, top left to the bottom. That black man who's having those gears turn in his head is the head of the household, looking at the best interests of his very own wallet. Now, to the right, you'll see that it happens over time, that they'll be scanning goods from the lens of a consumer. In America, they want to relegate every black household to a perpetual state of consumption, thus somebody who spends more than they earn in American dollars, or in other words, they want them to operate from credit rather than from cash reserves or surplus. Look at that chart. You'll see that this information can be broken all the way down genetically or by DNA. It is very race based when it comes to legislation, and they want you to have a smaller check. Now, I'll run the middle as we read these millennial hieroglyphics. That black icon with the gears turning, and that is empowering others through its ideas over time, is not selfishly looking at themselves, but as a collective, as a part of a collective. They are seeing themselves as an individual that's a part of Black society, that Black society is a part of American society, that American society is a part of the global society. In order to be a global player, you're going to have to ask better questions. Better questions are typically those that are geared towards American dollars and that progress over time. And when you ask that question, ask it as if you're asking it to someone who doesn't just do YouTube solutions, but to someone who does have influence in corporate America being another system within systems of capitalism. Corporate America is economics hand in glove with politics hand in glove with your social status being right back around to you and your check. 3 times, 3 different readings of the millennial hieroglyphics. And that's powerful information, which is why I give it to you twice. $2.1 trillion. What does that look like? Pocket watching. That's what it looks like. It looks a lot to me like pocket watching at the highest levels. Hey to everybody that's rocking with us in the chat. I am relieving myself of pent up intellectual aggression because the conversation that could have been had was not, but yet it needed to be heard. It needed to be in the white noise that is Black YouTube, that there is someone who still has the conversations about reparations, that it's not just the ADOS hashtag, it's not just hashtag tangibles, but that it is inextricably bound with our purpose here in Black media. That we use appropriate sources when we're talking about these periods, and that we can present where we get them from. Oh, black and white newspapers. That when they say there were 6 cases of reparations paid, hold on, like what they say, Leo Dustin, I'm about to preach. The Tuskegee experiment being one. After the end of the Tuskegee experiment, in which 399 Black men with syphilis were left untreated to study the progression of the disease between 1932 and 1972. The government reached a 10 million out of court settlement with the victims and their families, and this happened in 1974. Talking points, which included both monetary reparations, so it's monetary in 2014. So damn, what was that, like 30, 40 years later? In 2014 dollars, yeah, 42, 32, shit, 42 years later, Jesus, $178,000 for men in the study who had syphilis, 72,000 for their heirs, 77,000 for those in the control group, and 24,000 for heirs of those in the control group, and a promise of lifelong medical treatment for both participants and their immediate families. According to the CDC, 15 descendants are still receiving treatment through that program today. The blueprint is in front of you, and the man's going to die, and you'll use his talking points without even quoting them. And when you talk about reparations, one of the things you want to talk about is that Tuskegee experiment. When you talk about health inequity, you want to talk about that Tuskegee experiment. When you talk about obesity in the Black community, you want to talk about that Tuskegee experiment. That you want to be able to pigeonhole that conversation right back to, look, niggas stop fucking with y'all hospitals because of what happened in Tuskegee, bitch. Niggas stop fucking with them vaccines. Niggas stop the eating healthy. But that's not even the one that I wanted to show you. If you was B1 and you felt my energy, then you probably understood that next conversation was the actual money. Because I just saw something that was about Florida. There it is. There were breadcrumbs laid. In 1923, the primarily Black town of Rosewood on the Gulf Coast of Florida was destroyed in a race riot that, by official counts, killed at least 6 Black residents and 2 white, though some descendants of the town's residents have claimed many more were killed and dumped in mass graves. In 1994, the state of Florida agreed to a reparations package worth around $3.36 million in 2014 dollars, of which $2.4 million today would be set aside to compensate the 11 or so remaining survivors of the incident, $800,000 to compensate those who were forced to flee the town, and $160,000 would go to college scholarships primarily aimed at descendants' education. That's why that's in the debate. Will allow healthcare, Obamacare, syphilis or Tuskegee. That's why that's in the debate. Will allow. But you will not be able to get away with it unless you understand that those, the education and student loans and student loan repayment and student loan debt, even the schools and the free education for all Blacks, if that is what some Bernie Sanders, Bernie Madoff, him too, with the $20 billion Ponzi scheme of an idea that actually went pretty damn good. It was successful. That Bernie Madoff scheme actually hit for about $20 billion. What was Enron reparations claim? Probably like $20 billion. These restorative justice claims. But most importantly, because it says the Gulf Coast of Florida. Where'd it go? There's the one. Negro burned to death by Florida mob. Bud Johnson, a Negro who, according to the officers, admitted he had attacked a well-known white woman at Pace, Florida, was taken from Sheriff Harville Castleberry early today and burned to death near the scene of his alleged crime. Weatherford, a Negro soldier, is cited for heroism. Weatherford, Texas, March 13th, for extraordinary heroism in the act. Boy, I wish we could actually have a conversation around Texas. This one. So I wish we could have a conversation around that Negro soldier. The Negro soldier. So all of them race riots where they were coming in and burning and killing people, and I could show you from their same archives in 1919. Then you jump forward and say Rosewood, 1923. And then you say, well, what happened to those other claims? That is the question. And why was it limited to just those numbers? That is the real question. Once you can get them to say, well, for those residents or those tenants, those descendants, those survivors, once you get them to say, yeah, there are cases for reparation, then you say, well, why not mine? You don't want to ask the right questions because you know that that would entail having a conversation with some of those men in the other groups that we are legitimately competing against. Okay. You don't want to ask the tough questions. You just want to argue and debate and talk about stupid shit because there is a real competition for resources and decisions being made. And you know it. And you may feel isolated from that, but the conversation is still going to be had. And those who understand that are preparing themselves to compete in a political system. They're preparing themselves to compete in an economic system. They're preparing themselves to compete in religious systems. They're preparing their household. They're prepping their households or the households that represent them or that they represent. They're prepping them for success or for to reap the rewards of what they fight for as politicians and as businessmen. Yeah, we got work to do. I got to give a testimony. One conversation that I have was actually introduced in the workspaces where I operate. And I was so proud, I damn near shed a tear. See, my manager is actually a Morehouse man. His manager is actually an African American woman. Her manager is actually a Caucasian woman. Higher than that, it is another Caucasian woman. Higher than that, it is, and some direct or indirect dotted line, an African American man, but most directly to a Hispanic man. His direct is a Caucasian woman. And then on their board, it is diverse. Now, not my manager, which is the Morehouse man, but his manager, the African American woman, was asked to moderate a panel for our sales team. And in moderating that panel, this African American woman challenged some of the key decision makers with a question that you've heard Brother Moses use, reworded, but still the question nonetheless. That question was pertinent to the influence factor of middle management concentrated in the hands of African Americans versus upper management concentrated in the hands of competing diverse groups. The question was one that challenged them on a psychological level as hiring managers or as decision makers. It was one that was in line with Dr. Claude Anderson's affirmative action law, equal opportunity and access. It was one that looks at the enforcement wing from the private business, not from the government that can intervene with other policies and other books and pieces of paper and sanctions or tariffs or whatever. No, one that looks at the private organization structure or the public organization structure of won't finish that. We'll move forward. Her question was deep. It was similar to what A. Philip Randolph asked, which was about jobs, but from the lens of race-based quotas or legislation or median household income, percentage of the workforce, or quintile, when you look at the income or salary afforded to those those ethnic groups therein. Her question, let me get to it. I'm trying to give you the context and how all of this shit comes together. But the sales meeting was held by, once it get past those white women who I referred to, that from her boss to her boss, and then maybe the dotted line, there was an African American man who was hosting the entire event. See, she was moderating as an individual, representing as a part of the collective what that Black society or that Black demographic in our workforce looks like. She, the Black woman, and the Black man was over the entire event, which is bringing all of us together, all of us, including the diverse folks, all of us, those other diverse and other groups together in one space, from the us who aren't in management to the middle management, all the way to the key decision makers. And there were some things that needed to be discussed in open and in public, and it was pushed back in B1 form. And in a platform, in a space brought together by an African American man that says, you key decision makers, you middle managers, and all of our diverse workforce will have to answer this question. Let me tell you what that is. That question was, when you are dealing with qualified individuals, how do you determine who gets the role? What are you looking for? Oh, wait. When you are dealing with qualified individuals, what are you looking for? For being pro, as we proceed. Rule number one when it comes to economics. Hell of a chart here from the Brookings Institute, Inheritance of Poverty. Brookings Institute, Inheritance of Poverty, simulating family income. Top of the pyramid, when you're looking to simulate family income, you're going to be talking about that individual household, and you're trying to see what that income is, or the median income, or what that in general household is. Is respondent already married? Yes or no? And I think that as a code, B1, that is one of the first questions that they have to answer if they want to join us in our spaces or in our discussions. Just like it's used to evaluate the median income of the households inside of our great nation as a society, I think we can emulate that and say, look, there are some conversations where I just got to know, what are the interests that you are fighting for? And if your interests receive more media and more information and more FaceTime with a broader audience than you and your own wife, what is it that you would? Let's do it this way. O'Shea Duke Jackson, Sunday Rumble, has a panel open up, oftentimes with 1,000 people in attendance virtually. I see that from the lens of what that African American at the company did, of thousands of people sitting, or 1,000 people, or hundreds of people sitting in a room together with their eyes facing the front, listening to people on a panel. That African American at the company did it for employees. We do it for those interested in Black media. And so they get up on this panel and they have a conversation, and yet we are not clear what their interests are. Are you for the employee or are you for management? Where are you? Let's be clear. When you bring that many people to a space, there will be competing interests in the room. And what they want may directly put you and your interests at a disadvantage. They may actually put our interests, depending on which grouping you individually fall in. Are you management or are you the employee? See, because when the Brookings Institute is looking to quantify core fucking reasons, they look at simulating family income and they ask a couple of key questions. Is the respondent already married is number one. Yes or no? Simulated family income equals actual family income. If it's just that individual, then your whole household income is whatever you make. And I don't care which streams you're talking about. You could be Brother Polite himself and have 9 or 57 streams of income, or your income streams are subscription-based models that you offer, like someone who operates a website. God damn you. Are they married? No. Yes or no? There's another question. Does respondent have opposite sex siblings with reported income? Is it just the niggas? You and your brother live together or something? How big of a family do you come from? Or in some situations, there are families that still live together under one household. And so we got to see just how many different incomes we're bringing in here. If it's your sibling and they live in your household, then that might be more than one. And if not, then they might not be in this simulation. What do they say? Is the sibling married? Perform for each opposite sex sibling. Damn, that is deep. If you ain't the one that's married, then who's fucking married in your household? They need to know so they can therefore quantify your expenses. Yes or no? Simulated family income with this sibling. Family income plus the actual family income. So you and all your siblings' income all added up. Why is that important, Brother Moses? Because Brother Moses will tell you that when you're living in the hood, you see some very peculiar living situations with some of those other groups. God damn you, Brother Moses, you too smart for your own goddamn good. That's your problem. That's why you have a problem with immigration. When you start looking at some of those other groups, you'll start seeing some very peculiar households. Like, how is that household made up? Is that your sisters, cousins, what? And all y'all live in, and I am somebody who got to say that the black men in even my neighborhood, were up against some heavy competition when it came to the land that was being put on the market. We've seen some of the land put on the market, old farmstead, ranch homes, big ass plots of land, go to members of those other groups on the auction block. And we've seen them grow from an individual household that had siblings in it, 0.5 times their income, because they're going to claim a little bit of theirs as well. So half of that household income belongs to you, half of that household income belongs to the sibling, half of that household income belongs to you, half of that household income belongs to the sibling. How do you split up an inheritance of homes, nigga, or of land? How do you even work a reparations claim when it comes to siblings? Nigga, first of all, you're probably gonna have to find you a really sophisticated model that can help you simulate the way they look at family income here today. As the respondent have even more siblings, then repeat that shit. Then add one, then add two, then add three. Are those siblings or are the occupants within that household, here's the myth or the stereotype. It was always that they had hella, the immigration stereotype against Asians was that they had hella streams of income inside of that one household by benefiting from those government programs and so forth. And they had hella streams of income by having children that could work at a local corner store for whatever reason. The Indians had a strategic advantage of income streams coming in, that they could get cheap labor and benefit from it by even having their children work there. But that income was still a household, so it didn't matter one way or the other. See, I remember going through this technical white paper that broke down the inheritance of Black poverty. So for those listening in, that was a Brookings Institute report. And I'm glad I was able to share that information one more time. Just the source, at least. The inheritance of poverty. See, I could tell them Powernomics, read it from cover to cover, but that's an African American. I can tell them it would change their life. They would not be the same, that their talking points would change, that they would have a greater sense of purpose, that they would understand this shit just different. Or I could show them a little bit about Brother Moses, Coca-Cola, South Africa. Show them the timeline and show them that, yeah, that shit happens, bro. It happens. HBCUs and the Jamaicans and the Asians and the how do you compete. And then I'm the old nigga. As you can see in this shit, I'm the old nigga there. So what have you done in the last 10 years? What have you done in the last 5? Show me. Did I tell you that after I got out of the military, I was really fucked up for a while, and I needed a way to reconnect with people in society. And that led me to an opportunity to volunteer inside of my own community. So an experienced lens on community activism or community participation. You are an active Black man inside of the community. What does that look like? Well, for Brother Moses, it looked like being the 3-time championship announcer for the youth football team and cheer organization in my community. Just the announcer, just the person who gets on the microphone and calls the game or calls the contest that keeps it interesting or entertaining for the families of people who are gathered in that space to celebrate the talents of their households. And so volunteering just meant that they had an announcer and you could travel to the games and sometimes even be a driver for some of those kids who were less fortunate in the community and they did not have both parents in their household, or in this case, they didn't have transportation to the away games, which were typically outside of Sacramento. Why were they outside of Sacramento? It's because it was important to increase their exposure to something outside of their own small neighborhoods. That often for them, getting out of the neighborhood meant going as far as the mall, or maybe the skating rink, or maybe, just maybe, a field trip with their school. But it wasn't something that was regular or routine for them to travel too far out of their own 8 block radius. Yet it was important for them to have that exposure, that access to other communities, other diverse groups, other competing forces. See, football is competition, and the ownership class might not be in the NFL, but you do have black men leading football organizations that kill the excuse that one might make that there are not enough black. Leave that open, pause right there, keep it moving forward. But that in my privileged state to be the 3-time championship football and cheer organization announcer, is that wasn't enough. That driving the vehicles to help them go from A to B was great. It was needed volunteer work. It was a donation of time and a donation of energy, but it wasn't enough. That it wasn't enough. That it had to go further because it wasn't solving at the core issue that many of those young kids were living in single mother households. And we were in a fortunate position to also have a group of black men who cared enough to volunteer, be a role model, be a driver, be somebody who barbecues, be somebody who holds the chains as a part of the chain gang. So that way they know where the first down is. It creates a little bit of credibility. It still looks as structured. That without those black men holding those chains, we would have had to have a black woman on the sidelines screaming and hollering. We needed the black men, and in order to keep the black men as a part of the community, you had to have black men creating opportunities for entertainment. And that entertainment was in the form of our recreation or our sports. It was a hope for young black men that if they could at least focus on football, that they would stay in school. And if they stayed in school, that it would give them at least a GED or a diploma to make them more competitive in the market. That's the least of it, because we want all of them to be educated. Yet the wealth inequality is one we are yet to address. They will, in 4 years, as you see the youngsters, 14, 13-year-old age groups, the midgets, the junior midgets, in 4 years, they will have needed for their household to save often 20s or 30s of thousands of dollars for them to go to college that they could qualify for if football keeps them in school. Stay in a classroom. Stay in a classroom, Ontario Smith. Stay in a classroom. I know that hood is calling you, but stay in a classroom, and if we can just get you to college and the fuck off of your street, it increases your livelihood. It is safer for you to run full speed at somebody bigger than you running full speed than it is for you to just sit on your neighborhood, sit outside your house. You will get your ass locked up sitting on outside of your own house. And it is safer for you to go play football, little nigga. Go to class. And I ask that if you're a part of this team, that you earn your grade. That if there's something you don't fully understand, ask your question. because it wasn't enough just to be an announcer. I had to get out of that skybox and bring myself down on the field to truly experience the energy. The reason why is because there was a game and they were calling for volunteers, but there were not enough African American men on the sidelines to even hold the chains. And so they said, we need somebody to hold the chains. And I had to come out of that booth announcing the plays and at the 10, at the 5, he could go all the way. From being a broadcaster, I had to come out of that booth and get back on in those trenches with them. That little Pookie and little Ray Ray could hear my voice, not the emotional one of the woman, but the one that is saying strategic, jam him on a line, drop back 3 yards in your back pedal, and from there, rotate your shoulders to keep the quarterback and that running back who they love to sweep the ball out to in your peripheral. On the sidelines to say, get the men back in line. On a sideline to say that ball is a representation of the trenches you stand in. Young soldier, young warrior. Nah, it wasn't enough just to be the guy in the booth calling the plays. Had to get out of that skybox. Had to get off of that microphone and get back to work. Influence the shit, right? And no, it wasn't enough. As you see, this is 2016, March 28th of 2016, which is going to be paramount to this next thing I show you. March 26, 2016. What happened on March 27th, 2016? Damn, a suicide bomb killed more than 70 people at a park in Lahore. That's crazy, but it's not what I was looking for. El Chapo was finally recaptured. That was January 8th, 2016. Oh, shit. Obama family visited Cuba, March in 2016. When the hell is he going to Cuba? Britain votes for Brexit in 2016. That's interesting. There's a hell of a lot that was going on in 2016. What else happened in 2016? Interesting concept. Let's figure that shit out. What was that? Damn, Millions More was 2015. That was March. I mean, that was 2005. 2019. It's the 24th anniversary. What is that one? 20.
Papa! Your friend canceled, they're not going.
Damn, they are suppressing right now. What I put that up?
What? Yeah, he said they're not going. Okay. And guess what's coming? I'm coming. No, I'm not shorts because those shorts they were like big. But these are going to be.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm gonna go buy now.
That's crazy, bro.
Hopefully we can start it.
That is crazy. Anyway, the suppression of information doesn't bother me much. I keep them going any goddamn well. Because it wasn't enough. Let's see what happens if I add location. Oh, well, I want to do that. That's me right now. Hope they don't screenshot that. Even if they do, I'm like, good. March 2016. Who is these people? Oh, there he is right there. Cory Booker, that's the guy. Now, this was my dude right here while I was at Morehouse. Damn, he was his family as well. So his family. I think he was like aide de camp to the president. Morehouse at the time. Let me see. Who is the student council president, Jonathan? That was the dude. This was Get on the Bus. Here he is. Oh, screw face ass brother Moses, as you see. Let's do it this way. This hashtag Get on the Bus. 2017. Whoa. We've had our movement co-opted. Why are there pictures of little white people on hashtag Get on the Bus? That's crazy, bro. Whoa. Whatever you do shall be co-opted. That's crazy. The entire movement co-opted. Pretty good one, son. Who the fuck is that? Cat lady. Damn, bro, that is suppression right there. When I say suppression, I'm saying there is information that was pertinent to the conversation right there on that point that was deflected by search browser. No worries. Because interesting enough, the conversation doesn't stop there either. Because what you have is a position where what have you done in the last 5 years is to be validated or substantiated with actual claims. What you have is can't just keep focusing on kids in sports. They grow up and they end up at a college or an HBCU. And when they get there, the message is different. It's evolved. They've had some time to live with it. They've been the product of a single mother home for a while now. And now that they're in their 18s and their 19s and their 20s, that message is resonated with them. And they understood the differentiation by experience or by proximity, that they've been in that for a while. And it's time for them to move or to evolve into a different way of processing that information. And it bounces off of their heads and it bounces off of their hearts as they pursue decisions such as, what type of career should I look at? What type of women I should want to be with? And what will I do with this access to education? And so because they are there, then the conversation must continue. This guy here, Morehouse brother, I think he's like 40 under 40 in Atlanta right now. Some still only at the level of learning how to tie a tie. But the conversation must progress. Those tidbits that whom do you want to work for? What career trajectory will you be on? Your impact, your sense of purpose, what guides you? What is it that, out of all things in this world, when you walk out of these hallowed halls, would you like to set your mark upon? What is that? That conversation, then, it had to happen. And then when you consolidate all of that information and say, now give me 10. Matter of fact, make it 12. Who would it be? Sprinkled amongst this group, I will tell you Goldman Sachs, Deloitte, Morgan Stanley, other economics, other private equity, other credit, other consulting, other technology, STEM, mathematics degrees, Google, I believe, Ernst and Young, I believe. I could call them and ask them. One even went to China. I can tell you that inside of this group, there is a high probability that there are those who will focus on economics, just like there are those who will focus on LGBTQ rights as a part of their political agenda. There are those who are descendants of American or American descendants of slavery, as well as there are those who can't relate to that shit at all, just not their experience. Those same Jamaicans or Trinidadians, those not Pacific Islanders, those what is it, Caribbean Islanders, whatever you want to call them. They're there. And whom else do you see? What have you done recently? What have you done in the last 5 years? What is your contribution? What is the mark that you would like to lead? Tell me about it. Not my house is bigger than yours. That's not a conversation for Brother Moses. Not let me see what kind of car you drive. That's not a conversation for Brother Moses. I don't even own a fucking car. I ain't even there yet. Still here though. Cool. Cool. Enough about Brother Moses, because Brother Moses could talk to you until you're blue in the face about Brother Moses. The important thing to note is that there are claims. And more than claims, there are actions. And more than actions, there are actual solutions. And being a part of the continuous solution is B1. Being a part of that continuous solution is B1. Find yours. I have economic work to do. The question that needed to be asked to challenge or to push back was not one that Brother Moses was getting positive results on. So Brother Moses' manager's manager, who was able to get to the manager's manager, was able to ask the question that Brother Moses just didn't have that access. And we shall see. But like affirmative action was for the government to address, this one is for private. All right, so that's huge. What else do we got? Let me go back to the StreamYard, see if there are still folks rocking with us. We do still have a couple of folks rocking with us, so thank you for rocking with me. This is Brother Moses B1 Network, providing you with information pertinent to your survival. B1 Slavery and Reparations talking points. Again, B1 Slavery and Reparations talking points. I make a lot of assertions, and that sometimes I have to be able to back them up. With very valid claims. This is not respectability politics. This is actual pushback in live and effect. I don't fuck around, man. I do not fuck around. There's big work to do, and that work that has to be done is still on us. Holy shit, Batman. Here's another view oriented a little bit more to the front of what $1 trillion looks like. So 100 rows times 100 pallets per row is now 10,000 pallets. That's a lot of $100 bills. Long story short, that's a lot of $100 bills. Brother Moses was very generous when I said the Harriet Tubman $20 bill. It would be very, very generous to say $21 trillion of a reparations claim. That would be somebody who just doesn't even want to have the conversation with people about 40 acres and what is the value of 40 acres times the number of people who would have that claim. It's not just a civil action suit. It's not just what is that motherfucker called? I always forget it. That shit is called a fuck it. Rewind the video. You'll find it later. Those same talking points about the other people who actually received reparations inside of this video give you a little bit of what that information looks like. For an individual, it may only be $72,000 for the heirs, but $72,000 is $72,000. I told you that is something that would be triggering for someone that is B1 when you're talking about heirs. If you're referring to 40 acres and a mule, then even that conversation, which is just a microcosm, that is still given that you're even in a space to have the conversation with somebody about private equity and the value of 1 acre versus 40 acres. To keep shit simple, we try to give them small numbers. 1 acre, $1,000. Fuck it. $1,000 per acre. 40 acres, $40,000 for a 40-acre claim. How many claims? They said 4 million. Jesus Christ. 40 million times how many of us? 40 million acres. How many of us? They say Florida, we say Florida. Why you keep saying Florida? Oh shit, did they back me out of it? Oh well, man. Oh, the claim for reparations for Rosewood was Florida. It was about a race riot that happened, giving other information about, look, that wasn't the only race riot. That wasn't the only burning at the stake. That was a legacy. That was one claim of millions of unprocessed claims. Just like, oh, well, they didn't hire me because I'm black was a legitimate conversation to have at some point. Today, not sure how far that goes. Dr. Claude Anderson is the one who actually put those affirmative action lawsuits on the books. And it just goes to show you that you're less than 1% of the actual affirmative action beneficiaries today. And when you talk about being able to sue for it, about 1% of the actual claims that are, I'm suing you for race or gender or whatever, about 1% actually side in favor of the employee. So if you're not the person who got a job, then you finally get a job and experience race-based policy or back microaggressions or sexism or any of that shit, whatever it is that you want to lump on in there. If you experience income inequality, the African American who makes 60 cents on a dollar, and you want to bring those up, and you want to say, open your books, like Byron Allen, open your books, Comcast, open your books. And you want to sue using the 1862 language about slavery and reparations and that talking point. You want to say, I want private business to open their books, just like Comcast. They're like, well, take me to court, nigga. Literally, take me to court, nigga. And I'm going to make it hard for you to get another one of these mother ever again. But take me to court. Think I'm bluffing? Try to pull that 1862, it's because I'm black shit on me again. And Byron Allen is trying to say, here's what I say. Byron Allen is trying to say, we don't know how it will be interpreted by the Supreme Court. But what I feel like, what's trying to be said, or my interpretation, sorry, and it is one that others have also expressed. My interpretation is that check me out. Comcast position, that backwards question mark, Comcast position. You got to prove to us that this was 100% based on racism, or we're throwing this case out, brother. That's what they're saying. It's not just base, but it's not just race, but class and economics. There's some disparity in housing. There was in land and ownership. There was the businesses that were occupied, that were burned down. The loss of a customer, the loss of customer base, entire cities. There's the distribution and communication, distribution of products, communication that those products were available on the market. There was the actual transportation of people actually coming to receive of that market. All of that shit was burned down in many spaces, and people were migrated out or exported out. You can't have a better talking point for immigrants than you can for your own black ancestors, nigga. Not with Brother Moses. You can't have stronger defense of immigrant talented tent than you can have for the nigga that showed you that talented tent at an HBCU. Even 20 some odd years later, I'm still top 10. And I don't even come from one of them wealthy black bougie families. I come from soldiers. Nigga, my problem was not with not being the patriarch of my community. My problem was having to subjugate ourselves to be the patriarch underneath the patriarch of other people's communities. And the ramifications therein. Your whole damn community subjected to the private businesses that are lock in hand with the federal government, that they don't want to hire you. But if they don't hire you and you have nowhere else to go, you're going to stand on that street corner out in front of your house. And if you stand out in front of that street corner in front of your house, that government is going to come and arrest your ass for not working for one of them damn companies that said we need your ass to work, but we just don't want to pay you for it. Right, same legacy of African American men who said, well, if I can't work for the white man, which I don't want to anyway, then find me a respectable black owner that I could work for. And if you can't, then it's not on me for not finding work. It's on you for not having work available in 20 some odd miles around my community. But we can broaden that shit out. You could be a servant of the Lord. You could work for the church. You could go pick up old ladies and their children as a volunteer driver, aka a deacon. And we would ask you to be for defense. That it is not that our communities, which then meaning our women and our children, be without the protection of our men, and therefore I can't turn myself in like that, bro. I don't think that me sitting on my hands over there working for pennies, I just don't think that that's going to do it. And thus, education became the pathway from that. And then, hey, no matter where you escape to, brother, I say it like this. No matter where you think you can escape to, there will always be haters. Uh-huh. And while you need not read Democracy in Black, How Race Still Enslaves the American Soul, I would recommend that you read something if you don't understand the correlation between slavery and our condition today. Woo, shit. A long-winded rant. Back and forth, circular. Some people come in, then they leave. Some people come in, then they leave. So the information on the screen has to keep evolving back towards these same talking points. The conversation, whether you came in for a clip or whether you have been able to rock with it for the whole time. Like Brother Moses be shooting that shit. I'm a rock and I'm a multitask. I'm going to listen in. I'm going to see what he got to say. Just let that man rant for a second, man. He got a lot of energy. He wasn't able to let it go. He can show you better than he can tell you, but would you listen in either way? Probably not. But it's there. And as a part of the white noise that is coming from the Black YouTube space today, it is a competing noise, but it is one deeply rooted in the advancement of Black society. This is the one they keep getting locked on, the Holocaust. Move from that one. Talk about it from this lens. Talk about it from this lens and understand who this woman is iconic of. All right, let me see. Do I got anything else that I want to touch on? You have the source. You have my appeal to consciousness. Again, pro-Black, for reparations. You understand now this chart here that has 1,000 billion at the top. They are referring to $1 trillion in deals. And so because you have that from one of the upper echelon of even private equity, and you understand private as it relates to individuals that can own large amounts of money or assets or resources or whatnot, and then the businesses and the business market, you understand that now. Equity meaning the ownership or the dollar value of it therein. You understand private equity. Hopefully now you're in a better space to understand Black private equity when I refer to it from the lens of that Ta-Nehisi Coates report that says 2.1 trillion. So at its peak in 2006 and 2007, you see it hit just under that $800,000 mark. This is global and this is in deals when it comes to private equity. The rest of the world is a lighter shade of gray at the very top. The total count as it rise and fall as a compound annual growth rate, which is another term for equity or how you measure equity over time. Again, this is gradual progress over time. You'll actually see the next group, which is the rest of the world and all of their deal counts when it comes to equity. Again, median income, all that shit, households, let that shit resonate. Asia to Pacific is that next gray. Then you see Europe, which is that gray in the middle. But then you also see North America, which came in just at about more than half of the world's total deals. I guess deals. Just say deals. Global buyout deal value. Deals when it comes to equity, all right? Those deals, they reflect stiff competition and rising asset prices. That sounds great. How much of that is concentrated in the hands of Blacks inside of North America? You see, it was about $400 billion worth of those global buyout deals. What is the black percentage? Some people probably already forgot, which is all fine by me. When we're looking at the $2.1 trillion, you would take this pallet which is stacked 1 and 2, and you would add 1 and 2 more on the top of it, and then another, what is that, $100 billion that would be spent as fast as it was distributed. And again, these are $100 bills. So you would take that 4 crates, that 4 crates, which is $2.1 trillion, and you would multiply it by an additional 5. So 40 times 5 is 20 of these motherfuckers. 20 of these stacked up. And that would be your $2.1 trillion in Harriet Tubman $20 bills. Distributed first to American descendants of slaves, however you quantify it, some that to be up or down. I can give an example. If at the end of the whole conversation, you say there are 10,000 or 10 million qualifying American descendants of slavery that we will include in the distribution as first distribution rights, these 10 million American descendants of slaves will receive first distribution rights of all of this printed money. It won't be from the federal treasury, the Federal Reserve. It won't be Ford and quantitative easing. It won't be, it might have to go through Wells Fargo, but it won't be Wells Fargo receiving a bailout. It won't be, the car industry receiving a bailout. It won't be, the what are they called? Like the welfare or the tax shits that are afforded to Fortune 500 companies. They're not getting it this time. And you're going to look out and you're going to say, well, it won't be this motherfucker here, and it won't be that motherfucker there. But specifically, the distribution, the first rights to redistribute this creation of capitalism, which is called money. And the folks who will have first right to its distribution will be those 10 million American descendants of slaves. If it was only 10 million, then you're talking about $210,000. Let me show you what that looks like. That's $1 million. You're going to get 2 of these sheets. You're going to get 2 of these sheets and then a stack. So the individual household now, and don't let nobody ever tell you that they've never broken down motherfucking reparations to the numbers. If they say nobody has ever broken it down, you tell them Brother Moses. Go talk to Brother Moses. He'll break that shit down in the numbers you can actually see. 10 million American descendants of slaves. This little sheet here would stack up twice, and then you get 1 more stack. So imagine going to Las Vegas. If you've never been to Vegas, I say go to experience it. Go sit at one of those tables and see how money starts getting exchanged in the form of chips. Now, this is just a packet. Now, I used to go to the strip club a lot, and I've never had to throw an entire packet. And I can throw a band, but I've never had to throw an entire packet. But if I wanted to throw an entire packet, I would call that a pretty successful night for Brother Moses. If I ever get to the point where I can throw $100 bills or $10,000, which is the equivalent of 1 packet, $10,000. If I got to that point and I just felt the need to do it, niggas bet not hate on me for doing it. Hey, Brother Moses for governor, the day that they see me walk in and throw a packet, $100 bills, which is $10,000. It's a lot of ones though. It's a lot of ones though for an individual. I'm not an NFL football player or nothing like that. But if Brother Moses ever threw the packet, and let's just say there were NFL football players, boxers there, and Brother Moses was in a position to throw that $100 bills, $10,000, who would actually benefit? Is that just a personal thing, or is it Brother Moses and then all of them damn strippers, and maybe the one or two strippers who are able to get it? The club itself actually benefits, or some tip out fee or whatever it is. How the hell do you get $10,000 worth of ones? 10,000 ones anyway. You would have to literally throw it, tell them to pick it up, put it back, and throw it again at some point. Unless that club was prepared for a nigga like you. Unless that collective or that organization, that firm, that institution was prepared for a nigga like you. They said, I know there's going to be a nigga like Brother Moses who walks into this institution and they are going to have $100 bills and they are going to want to throw it all. They want $10,000 in ones just to make it rain because they have serious mommy issues, I guess. I don't know what it is. They have issues, but they need to just go make it rain. And he's going to come into this institution and he's going to want $10,000 in ones. And he's going to want to make it rain. Now, if you had the thirst that doing it once was not enough, you had to do that shit not only in Atlanta that one night at that one club, but then you had to repeat that same shit in Charlotte, where you bust a whole pack and just let the pack go. That would still be small in compared to this. Just make it rain. See, that individually, this is the 10 by $10,000 or 10 by 100 packs. It's one sheet, 100,000. You would get another sheet of that $10,000 worth of in a sheet, and that shit would be 200,000. And then you'd get one more pack. That would be the 10 million qualified or designated ADOS. A 25% increase in Black society's median household income. Not for the whole median household income. Sorry, excuse me, I misspoke. But 25% of the Black households would benefit if they said yes to the $10 million ADOS. 10 million ADOS quantified. That's 25% of what I would say, just based on statistics or what the Census Bureau says, is the qualified number of people already checking African American. If they took that number and for whatever reason they got it down to 10 million, that would be 25%. If you want to use the number of Black households, then I think you have a higher percentage that you would be able to empower with just that resolution. But let's just say it wasn't 10 million. Some people can't deal in numbers like 10 million, but if they just, even if it was, here's your talking point, even if it was 10 million ADOS, which is about 25% of what the Census Bureau says already select African American, that would be $210,000 per. That would be $210,000 per. And now let me elevate that talking point. Because right now I'm going to tell you what that is per acre. What is $210,000 per acre? Your promise was 40 acres. It was intergenerational. So all of the wealth of the labor and being the owner and being the farmer and all of those farming laws and farmer alliances and farmer motherfucking unions You couldn't benefit from any of that because they was locking your ass up. You couldn't find a nigga in sight. They were like 2% since 1860, 2% of the ownership class. Those farms were few and far in between. And when you did find an area where it was concentrated blackness that you could hear about, and it was resounding, and it was a place where you could walk 20 miles all uphill to get to for your ass to sell your labor to, where it was a black person. So therefore, you're not going to be arrested. If that was the case, and you wanted to walk those 20 miles, and there was other benefits. That was also where the school was, that was black owned, where your children had access. So you moved somewhere in a space where your children or your heirs would be able to go to school, and you moved in a space where your commute wasn't that far away from your labor, and your commute were both black. You had a privilege, but you had a responsibility, because if you didn't, then you had to go work for that white man, or you was going to get your ass locked up and thrown on a chain gang. Just like today, your young black children standing out on a street corner can still be targets for why ain't they working? Get their ass locked up. Unemployment rates are as low as they're supposed to go cyclically. African Americans, how do you benefit from that? Well, if many of you are many of us, if many of you African Americans are beneath the 100 and let's get exaggerated, $99,000 mark, then it would be in your best interest to advocate to be one of the 10 million ADOS who actually can prove that they qualify. Whoa! Nigga, I know I got about 99% of it. That got to be like 95% of that entire demographic. That has, when it's significance, I think I have to have just covered about 95% of all ADOS with that one statement that it's around $210,000. That the benefit would be to any of them. That if you break down $210,000 in the form of labor hours, it would be embarrassing. So, nigga, you would know that that is an insult to the actual dollar value of the labor of your ancestors. But it won't be such an insult that your ass won't take it. You won't just not sign that check. You ain't gonna give it back. You ain't gonna say, nah, nigga, not me. You ain't gonna say, oh, nah, just make me a part of the 30 million ADOS who have always signed African American, but I don't want it. That ain't mine. I'm not a victim. I am not the descendant of slaves. I am a descendant of kings, if you want to say it that way. However your ass want to say it. There's a space for you over there. But what I just did was break down $2.1 trillion using arts and crafts and visuals, and progress the conversation back to where they want to keep running from, which is that matriarchy, which is, well, why Harriet Tubman? Why not Frederick Douglass? Fuck you. You advocate for Frederick Douglass if you want it to be an advocation of the image that they put on the bill. I don't give a fuck about the face that they would put on it as much as I care that first rights to distribution of those Federal Reserve notes is exclusively American descendants of slaves. Not your Fords, not your quantitative easing. You don't have to tiptoe your way around it. You say yes to reparations for American descendants of slaves. Anything other than that is liable to be a harassment or an assault. Nigga, you hurt my feelings. You hurt my whole feelings. Hell nah, nigga. I understand that there are competing other groups of men out there that would say, no, we don't want to do that for black. They are the ones that would be competing, but not the niggas who look like me. Even with 100% of your vote or our votes, we wouldn't make it in a political voting process. Why is that? Our political power is fragmented. Our political agenda is not concise. And our political agenda If we don't get our fucking shit together, we won't even make it to the ballot. It'll be marijuana. And it'll be LGBT rights. And it'll be the rights of immigrants. And they can all see the bigger picture of gross domestic product and median household income. They can see how it connects to jobs. They can see how it connects to education. They can see how it connects to literacy or graduation rates. They can see how it applies to interest rates, credit cards, or actual rent in your pocket. You see, it is clearly as day that private equity concentrated in the hands of the black man is the black man's competition, and that it is the black man's competition against the other men representing their other groups. That in 2020, November-ish, October-ish, but November-ish, those men will start acting niggerish about their regard for their best interests. Politics as usual. And that while that 10 million is $210,000 each, that it is nigga restricted again. When I'm having these conversations with these people, let's put another restriction on there. It seems like they want to take that number from 95% or more of us who make less than $199,000. And they don't want it to be closer to 100%, like 95% of us or majority any of that who make less than $199,000. They don't want it to restrict it like that. But let's say they want to restrict it even further. And they say, well, no women and none of them damn children. Keep them motherfuckers on mute. And then they say no felons. And then they say no mixed breeds. That you probably only have about 1 million more if they try to impose a race-based standard on reparations. And they say if we can look back more than 3 generations and there have been another group of people in your DNA, then that it automatically disqualifies you and your family members, unless it was an instance of rape. If your family found integration through miscegenation, then you don't qualify. If your family cannot go back more than 5 generations and see this transatlantic slave trade impacting your people here in America at some point from 1860 to today, then, brother, I don't know what to say to you. You're just not who we're referring to. That Homestead Act, those treaties had nothing to do with you. Your claim of restorative justice is just not to the American government. From 1860 to 1863 and 4-ish, when the citizens' rights and all of those benefits of being a citizen started to resonate, but they just kept missing this. And it was like, well, give me 400,000 and I'll put you up in houses on the Sherman Reservation, and that's 40 acres and a mule for all of you 400,000 men-headed household. Bring your families, bring your wife, bring your kids, bring your cousin, bring your sister. Follow this military as we provide scorched earth to spaces in the South where their private owners bullied you. Facts. Kill. Well, their private owners had you in a state of perpetual labor. And if you just can't trace your ancestors back like that, then how do we get you started? And if you can, then the conversation at some point has to be, then what is your position? What is your number? How did you arrive at your number? For some, they would actually look at the value of the land of their ancestors and not just what it is worth today, but that would be a good starting point. I mean, we could look at the land in the adjacency and say, well, acres here where my people originate are going for $1,000 per acre. All right. Others would look at it and say, well, if it was 10 million ADOS that qualified and they received $210,000 each, and we're going off of the premise of 40 acres and that mule, but 40 acres. So we would divide that $210,000 by that 40 acres, and it would be around $5,000 per acre. 5,250, maybe some change, something around there per acre. And they would say $5,000 per acre. That's interesting. $5,000 per acre, huh? And how many 2-bedroom homes can you put on an acre? How many streets of 2-story homes can you put on an acre? How many? Before they ever did the numbers and seen if $5,000 per acre was going to be enough, they would say, how many 2-bedroom homes can you fit in 1 acre? And if that number, that value of 2-story homes, Elizabeth or Victorian style 2-bedroom, 2-story, maybe it's 3 with the roof, maybe it's 4 if they have a dungeon or a basement, whatever you call them, shits. How many of those? I'll do it like this. They love real estate, and I keep telling them it would have to be in the form of REITs and trusts and businesses and things like that. Why? Because liability and insurance reasons. Nigga, that check, it would have to be significant. And I'll tell you why $5,000 would be laughable, but it would be an acceptable start. It would be a place where you can say, all right, start right there. And thus we progress the conversation, because they would funnel that number all the way down to say, well, if you got rid of the biracials and the people who are multi-generational, and you only dealt with that bloodline, the existing bloodline of those folks who are traced back to American slavery, exactly, their grandfather, grandmother, let's use that. If it was the grandfather or great 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 grandfather and great 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 grandmother, and from there they've only married within America, ain't leave no Pan-Africanism, where would you get to? Well, I'm glad you asked. If that number was streamlined all the way down to 1 million qualifying ADOS, then it would be about 2,100,000 per. So it would be 1 million more Black households that are in the millionaires class. 1 million more Black households that had been added. So if you use the 10 million ADOS, it's 10 million more households, but those households are at 210, which now means that you're moving that whole top number, that top 10%, you're doing something funny with the church's money. You just promoted 10 million. And when I say promoted, I mean to tell you in reverse that the power of white supremacy is denying that even today. It is keeping that wealth concentrated in the hands of whites, and therefore white supremacy still exists, because 10 million more households, $210,000, that's one hell of a number when it comes to your median income. I am still only talking about 2.1 trillion. We're not even talking about the actual value of the property. Unless somebody in this space can tell me how many 2-story Victorian homes you can fit per acre in a community. How many streets could you develop in a community in 1 acre? How many 2-story Victorian homes can you fit on 1 acre of land? And what is the value now of a 2-story Elizabeth style or Victorian style 2-story home? And multiply the value of that Victorian home times however many of those homes you can fit on 1 acre. And is that $5,000 or is it significantly more? And maybe you didn't want the Victorian homes. Maybe you just wanted that factory. But that factory then was connected to land and products and things, resources that you were going to be distributing. So year after year after year after year, the potential is the argument. The actual argument is now at this space that says, well, how can you say what African Americans, had they not been impacted by slavery, how can you say what would be the value of their labor and their wealth over time? How can you say that they would have had a factory? How could you say that they would have turned that acre into homes? Which is where the conversation starts to move back and forward. So Brother Moses just tells you, well, what is the value per acre? It's easier. It's just cleaner. It doesn't assume that there was any upgrades, and all of those since 1860, there was no upgrades. It just stayed at the land value for what it's worth. They say, well, we'll give you $1,000 on it. Or they want to get as smart and as keen as Brother Moses and pull out a Google map and zoom that Google map all the way in and look at it land plot for land plot, every acre of that 40 acres, and give you a rough ballpark figure of what that land is still worth here today. And you can look right there at, what is that shit called? Hilton Head Island, if you want a point of reference that says it didn't have to be a Victorian style home. It could have been, but the shit could have been big ass hotels as well. What is the value of it even today? Yours could have been rice fields like the Gullah Geechee. Your reparations claim could have been Northeast Florida, not Rosewood, but other spaces. Could have been that your people were free because they took the Underground Railroad south to Florida in the 1700s. That could actually be your story. That the Underground Railroad that ran south to Augustine, or that fort, when the Spanish came a-calling, that was yours. The Spanish eventually lost, and the people there who claimed ownership sold it, and that equity was passed from private owner to private owner. What are we talking about here? Question is, 10 million ADOS qualify. Their household income gets a boost, $210,000. So 10 million homes get 210,000, or 1 million homes get 2.1 million. How does that impact the median household income? Both could impact that line, that median household income. But which one impacts it in the way that makes that chart where African Americans jump all the way up above that 81,000 that they saw with the Asians? Right? Which ones adds a net impact of more than $40,000, since we're already at a median income of around, what they say 42 was the number? Which one, is it 10 million more people who have 210,000, or is it 1 million more people who have 2.1 million? How does that skew the data or that chart? I would say if it's 10 million more with 210, because it's just a larger population size, you would now have more people who are above the line. Let me see. I probably could work that shit out. I don't want to hypothesize right now. I could probably work it out in my head. But it's the type of way I think about charts and graphs. 1 million being a smaller numerator, you would still have a great majority of people underneath. But because the actual, what they're adding, 2.1 million, is so high, 2.1 million each, how does that really skew that data? Where does it pull it to? Hmm. So again, 10 million more individual households with two of these stacks plus one more pack, or 1 million households with double this up and add one more sheet. 1 million people are exponentially better. Or 10 million people they're better. They shoot through the roof with just that one corrective justice claim. They're better. Or 1 million more that are exponentially better. When it's 1 million, it's really only 2% of your entire demographic. Of all 44 million or however many the Census Bureau says are here today, it's only about 2% of that whole. If it was the 10 million, it's about 25% more. If you're thinking the greatest good for the greatest number of people, then you might want to see that 25%. And again, this is just the 2.1 million. This is me being fair. Even if it was the 1 million ADOS that qualified and they received $2.1 million, what does that look like per acre? Is that where you'll finally get to the $50,000? Why, yes. Yes, it is. $50,000 per acre. So let me ask you again. How many two-story Victorian-style homes can you fit in 1 acre? And does $50,000 even cover it? The value of the number of two-story Victorian-style homes. What is the value of 1 acre that is maxed out with city planning? Each house has a little backyard. You see these community developments that they have, either live in the hood or there's some houses that they build up. You see gentrification, and they'll bring in those bigger houses. So how many of those houses do you fit on an acre, and what do those houses sell for? How many of them can you put per acre? And you tell me if that $50,000 per acre covers it. Maybe I'm just being facetious. You know the answer is no. It's not even close. They're not even close to being able to have a reparations conversation with Brother Moses, because the vision is so big, it would scare the shit out of these cowards. And so let's just talk about cut the check. Let's just talk about it in forms of $100 bills. Let's not confuse them and then say you still got to take that number of stacks and multiply it by 5 in order to get to the $20 bill. They just did it in the 100 because it was an easier metric for you, but you would still have to take that stack and multiply it by 5s. Get 5 more sheets of that shit. You're just spending $20 bills on everything. $20 here, $20 here. You can't spend them $20. You got to look at 2016 and see El Chapo getting out of goddamn prison, and let that be your entertainment as you look at them break through walls to uncover just how many millions and millions and millions of dollars were stuffed in the walls next to bodies and shit. Just hella millions and millions and millions. Just millions and millions and millions. Stuffed in a wall. Stuffed in a damn basement or a dungeon, if you want to call it, with Saddam Hussein in Iraq, $250,000, the equivalent of more than what they would have given those 10 million ADOS should they have listened to Powernomics by Dr. Claude Anderson, who gave them affirmative action, gave them the laws for affirmative action, and the private industry said, fuck that light-skinned ass nigga. That nigga white-skinned. He pulled a fast one on us. This affirmative action thing is a violation of our inalienable rights as private citizens and private owners. This should be a decision for the states, not the federal government. The federal government needs to butt out of our private businesses and what we pay our employees. And what we pay our employees, we determine the right to hire and fire at will. And he said, yeah, and you don't. $1 million people with this type of stack. Multiply that stack. First of all, you already got to double it because this is only 1 million. 1 million, I gave you the number of 2,100,000. $2,100,000 per qualified ADOS. You got the talking point, all you need about slavery and reparations. Whether it's the 1 million ADOS that qualify or the 10 million that qualify, or you believe you're super liberal like Brother Moses, and I say, get that shit to all them niggas. As long as they can meet a couple of little tricky criteria when it comes to the actual lineage, yeah. Niggas is right there. Them biracials, man, probably not. You probably gonna end up leading to a slave master as well as a slave descendant. It gets too convoluted. Start right there on just the 2.1 million and start with the identification that $2.1 trillion is not even close to the actual value of the 40 acre and a mule argument itself. It's just somebody saying, yeah, start right there and watch the economic impact of starting at 2.1 trillion. Watch the economic impact even in consumerism, just starting right there. And that as a competing ideology still has to go up against the competing business plans of other group of men. When they're asking for it to be with Ford so they can create more cars that sit in the backyards of people who need a new car every 3 years in order to keep society flourishing. Is that what the black community would buy? Would it be more Ford? Would it be more Ford stock? We don't know. That's not the conversation. All we know is it's not Ford this time. It's us. It's our agenda that has to be recognized. Hey, Bazan. The Italians could say it could be direct competition in construction. Places like Las Vegas would pop up overnight. Those black Wall Streets with that kind of money and that concentrated in the hands of whether it's 1 million ADOS or 10 million ADOS, they would build another fucking Las Vegas overnight, Pazan. We cannot allow it. We just fucking cannot allow it. There would be other competition from those other spaces. But what about the fucking bleeding Irish? The fucking Irish would tell you that if $10 million were afforded, or $2.1 million to a million of them, that is a million of those motherfuckers that we won't be arresting, which means they won't be in our private prisons anymore, which means they won't be dependent on our Wells Fargo's governments and our jobs and none of that shit. They won't need our credit. They won't need any of that shit. They will not be under our policing, and thus their jobs would be at risk. In fact, they would be moving into spaces where they can police their own people. They wouldn't need the targeted policing of a system that wants to mass incarcerate the black man. The black man would stop doing crime altogether. And 1 million black men had the access, they would create spaces where black men could flourish. 100 black men taken, or 100 black households taken out of that fire, out of that battle. And you're like, oh, I can't see it. I can't see it, says Stevie Wonder. I can't see it, says Stevie Wonder. And Quincy Jones. And so the Jew would say, that's disproportionately larger than what we've ever seen happen in the history of reparations or civil cases. Class action, that's the damn word. Class action lawsuits. It's bigger than the one imposed on big tobacco, is what they would say. That is their talking point. And they would be right. It is bigger than the one imposed on big tobacco for marketing tobacco to children through cartoons. Well, we out on time. Damn, I could do a 4-hour stream by myself. I could do a 4-hour stream on reparations by myself, just showing the visuals of $2.1 trillion look like, what it looks like. I can do so, and then also tell you that I would love to see Harriet Tubman's face on those bills, that when it comes to cutting new money or quantitative easing, that it is right there in line with federal and reserve and all of those different conversations. The 6 groups where they look at large reparations claims, that history and the insight from places like Florida and Rosewood and how that was determined to be a reparations claim, show you the newspaper articles. They called it a race riot, show you more race riots that were actually killing black folks and such. And that's just a scratch on the surface of the lynching that they still won't pass the bill for even to this day. But I can show you that information, that one Rosewood was a microcosm of all of the different violent race-based terrorisms that happened here in America. The descendants track it all the way back in the numbers to the Homestead Act from 1860 to 1862's Homestead Act. Show you, bring it all together in a big bow. And I can do that shit, but I just can't do it in 4 minutes. That's how it's related. So it is said, and so it is. B1 Brother Moses, and I render my B1 salute.